don't go. When I read the letter you sent me, you made me mad. When I read the news that it broke me, you made me sad. But I still love you so, and I can't let you go. I love you. Ooh, baby, I love you.
Destiny last night.
I really love you, baby. Darling. Baby, I still love you so. Baby, I still love you so. When I read the
just want to bring you up.
What's up, everybody? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Alright, guys. Those orbiters, those deadbeat streamers, those stagnant streamers I debated yesterday, that's yesterday's news, right? I mean, at the end of the day, these people aren't going anywhere. They have no future at all. You know, I gotta deal with my orbiters sometimes, gotta put them in their place. Is what it is. I know a lot of you guys are not really into that type of content. You'd rather get to the meat and potatoes of covering the conflict of what's going on. You know, I understand, I sympathize with that. Want another debate? Look, here's what I'll say. Here's what I gotta say. As far as the debate's concerned, before we get into like debunking more of this misinfo that's going on and covering the conflict, all I gotta say is that moderator, wow, you know. If that moderator just did their job and made sure that the debate stayed on topic and made sure we didn't have any of this insulting or any cheap bullshit, you know, people would have, I guess you would have gotten the more meat and potatoes discussion that you wanted, right? But the moderator was very selective. The moderator basically, I'll give you an example of this, right? So, Dylan made a really stupid fucking point where he claimed that the impeachment of Zelensky was constitutional, right? Then Jackson pointed out that the impeachment was unconstitutional in the first place. And then Dylan said, well, there's a debate in Ukraine. And Jackson said, how could there be a debate when, according to the Ukrainian constitution, it didn't meet the judiciary requirement? It's like a pretty black and white thing. And then Dylan went, I'll consult the legal scholars of Ukraine to decide that one. As if those scholars aren't just legitimizing a post-coup government, like as if they're like neutral legal scholars like scientists, right? So it's like it's a pretty like black and white case of him getting blown the fuck out, right? So what did Dylan do instead? He derailed it and he was like, okay, Haas, what about the biolabs? What does that have to do with anything, right? It wasn't the pretext for Russia's special intervention. By the way, the Russians never even made the definitive claim that there are biolabs. All the Russians said was that they were concerned at the possibility. So a moderator would have been just like, okay, that has nothing to do with the debate of Russia's special operation. A good moderator would have been like, Dylan, I get that you're trying to say that Haas may have said something that was not proven, but that has nothing to do with the debate, right? But the moderator didn't give a fuck. He let Dylan and Destiny derail it in that direction. And then when I finally tried to get back on topic, what did the moderator do? All he would do is mute me. He didn't even give me a fucking chance to talk at all. Destiny would constantly interrupt, acting very disrespectful. So I get it. A lot of you probably think, you know, I saw some people in Jackson's comments. They were like, yeah, I didn't like how Haas behaved. He was being so unhinged and he was being so, he was letting Destiny get to him. But what they need to understand, I forgive those people in Jackson's comments because they're from YouTube, they're not from Twitch. They don't know that people like Destiny and Dylan are not interested in debating. They don't want to debate about Ukraine and Russia. All they want to do is have a cheap insulting match and derail the conversation. And they must not know that, right? They had no intention to. They had no intention to do that, right? And the thing is, these are legitimately time wasters. And we could go over the debate and I can point out to you, like, how Destiny and Dylan would go on spiels when the point they're trying to convey is very clear, but they, like, insist upon, like, oh, I need to say 5 more paragraphs about this very clear point. And then every time I talk, everything has substance. Everything is a new and important point. Like, this is my law school shit, right? Like, in law school, when you write in law school, you're not writing the most amount of pages. You're writing about what's the most relevant and legally decisive to win a case or to persuade a jury or something like that, right? Or persuade a judge. So that level of being concise, I have that. I don't say so many words for such a simple point. Every word I says is important decisively for the point, right? Dylan and Destiny are not like that. They have Dunning-Kruger. They think they're smarter than they are. And that they're, like, saying some brilliant point when, like, you could already fucking understand what they're saying. Yeah, give me a second. That's the RTSG wiki, by the way.
Baby, please don't go. When I read the letter you wrote me, you made me mad. But when I read the words that it told me, you made me sad. But I still love you so, I can't let you go. I love you. Oh, baby, I love you.
Apparently also I was on LSF. Apparently I was on LSF and a lot of big streamers covered me or something. Yeah, XQC or somebody did.
You hurt me to my soul. You hurt me to my soul. Darling, please don't go.
Yeah.
When I read the letter you sent me, you made me mad. When I read the news that it broke me, made me sad. But I still love you so, and I can't let you go. I love you. Ooh, baby, I love you.
There's so many, like, beta males and weird streamers buzzing around me and shit. Like, who is Jangles? Who is that guy? Yeah, as far as Destiny's concerned, I'm gonna just say one last thing about Destiny. I know you guys don't want to hear this bullshit. We get back to the meat and potatoes. But here's my final comments on Destiny, right? Before we move on tonight. So my final comments about Destiny is gonna be this. I've been thinking about it. And Destiny was always kind of a mystery to me, right? I never really understood who is this, what is he about. Now I understand it, right? Destiny is not, I'm trying to think from science fiction. What are those, Half-Life 2? What are those things in Half-Life 2? Half-Life 2. What are those things called? Stalkers. Yeah, stalkers. So in Half-Life 2, you have this this thing. It's called a stalker, right? I actually don't know what it is or how it works. Actually, would showing this be nudity? No, it wouldn't. Half-Life 2 stalker. Okay, so it's an NPC in Half-Life 2. And it's called a stalker, right? This is what it is. This is what it is. This is the final thing I'll say. And I was trying to think, like, how do I pin it down about figuring Destiny out? And it's really this thing, right? With some more fat. But, no, it's not just an insult. I'll explain what I mean. Destiny is kind of shriveled. He just has this kind of shriveled... I've always found it pretty grotesque. But... that's not my point. Talking about his personality, right? So... and I started thinking about this when I met him in person. Although I was on 48 hours of sleep, wasn't able to pay attention to a lot. One thing I did notice that I thought was kind of weird is that he was sitting right next to me and he pulls out his phone. The whole time he's staring at his phone. I said, "What are you staring at?" He said, "Oh, my chat." So he carries his chat in his phone and he spends his time looking at his chat, right? And then I realized that for Destiny, DGG and his chat is a kind of, it's a kind of neurological interface. It's a hive mind that he uses to actually guide him in life. It controls him in life. It's actually kind of like he likes these games. He likes the League of Legends game. He likes StarCraft. He likes having an interface, right? Where it's like an RTS, yeah. And his chat kind of control him in the same way. And as far as he's concerned, I always thought, Destiny, why is he such like a bare bones, lack of personality, like completely, he just kind of seems like, a piece of toast. Like, just, I don't know, what do you call it? He's very plain. He's very plain. Plain, but shriveled. Shriveled, but plain. And the way I explain that is the reason he's plain is because all of the actual wealth of personality is DGG, right? Of diverse personalities. And they actually control him. And he is just a kind of like fleshly vessel. He's a vessel of flesh that provides vital sustenance to his community. So like his community like parasitically leeches off of Destiny's like living biological vital sustenance, and in return his community controls him. And when I say control, I mean like almost kind of guide. It's an interface. Like he has his chat up, he's always looking at his chat. He doesn't have his own brain. Every time I debate him, I would check back and everything he's saying is coming from his chat, right? His chat feeds him anything. It's kind of scary because it's like, what is Destiny without DGG or his chat? He doesn't have anything. That's why you can't take it that personally. You can't take it personally because without that DGG chat, he is like nothing. Without DGG, Destiny would be like this. He would be like an infant taken away from the womb, right? He'd be like an infant that's just ripped apart from the womb and is just crying and writhing. Like you can't take it personally because he is not an individual. he is a vessel for DGG. He doesn't have anything himself. He doesn't have any individuality. He doesn't have an individual will. He doesn't make decisions for himself. Everything is his community. So he has this weird symbiotic relation to his community where, I mean, the reason he's a nihilist is not because he's a sociopath necessarily or a bad person. He's just a very weak person. He gets everything from his community. All his sense of right or wrong. All his sense of what to do, what not to do. He has fully become a vessel, just like this thing from Half-Life 2, for this kind of, this hive mind, right? For this hive mind. Oh, God. I almost threw up. So disgusting. In psychoanalytic terms, I don't want to get there, but this is like, think of an infant child that's ripped from its mother's arms and instead gets raised by a Reddit or a chat. That's what Destiny is. And Destiny, he kind of has this appearance where it's like, it's a combination of a Benjamin Button, elderly man, and an infant, right? So it's pretty weird. Thank you, Nikita. Appreciate you. It's pretty weird, actually. So that's all I have to say about Destiny, is that it's a pretty grotesque and monstrous product of the internet. At the end of the day, guys, I'm an individual. I am not you. I'm not a vessel for you. I go against you a lot. You know, I have a distance from you. What you see with Destiny, it's a pretty grotesque. It's probably one of the most grotesque things to come out of the internet. It's just grotesque. It's like disgusting, right? Anyway, can I get a new mic? How does my mic sound, guys? Is it good? Is my mic good, or what do I have to do? Because the reason I went back and watched the debate through Zerka's a little bit, and yeah, it was really, really loud, right? I was really, really loud. But the only reason I did that is because that moderator, really, he decreased my volume. I'll do it like this. He decreased it to like this, where Destiny was much louder than me. Dylan Burns was much louder than me. So I was like, okay, I'm going to do it all the way back up to 100, right, motherfucker? Like, I don't know where I started out. I don't know how to be, like, equal. I just wanted to be equal. I didn't want to even drown anyone out. I just wanted to be equal volume. So I didn't know, like, where I... But he kept putting me down to here, 10 or 5, right? So I guess I usually put it here at 80. Is this good? This is just in my device properties, my Windows settings. I genuinely didn't know how it sounded. I genuinely did it. A lot of people complained that it was too loud. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's one of those things where our opponents had nothing to say. Was Jackson annoyed? I think he was annoyed at the... I talked to him, and he was a little bit when I interrupted him, I think. I just lost my temper, you know? But I think he was more pissed at the moderator, he told me. Like, that moderator kept muting him, kept cutting him off, kept giving them more time. You know, it's pretty... It's also sad we didn't get to talk about NATO, because Destiny has this little claim he got from an interview with Gorbachev in 2014, according to which there was never a promise or an assurance by Baker in his discussion with Gorbachev in 1990 and 1989 that they would not move 1 inch eastward. And Gorbachev made the claim that that specific conversation was in reference to the NATO setting up its military in Eastern Germany. But we go back to the conversation he had with Baker, as well as other statements Gorbachev made, and it's pretty clear that according to the spirit of the claims made by Baker, the assurances that were made 1 inch eastward meant beyond the zone of NATO now. They weren't discussing whether Poland or whatever is going to be admitted to NATO because they found it so unthinkable. Like, Gorbachev made it very clear to Baker that certainly we would not be okay with any expansion of NATO's current zone of influence, right? So I really wanted to debate that. They were lying last night about the parts that Jackin brought up in regards to the fundings. Yeah, so what they actually did was shift the goalposts. So first they said that the money that the US gave did not go toward the Maidan, right? Well, then Jackson disproved that. He showed how that $5 billion also went to go fund these civil society groups that helped fund the protests. Then they shifted the goalpost to saying, oh, we were just saying that not all of the $5 billion went to the Maidan protest. That's just stupid. We weren't saying that the $5 billion given to Ukraine in 1991 or 1992 all went to something that was going to happen in 2014. We said that this laid the seeds and laid the groundwork for establishing US-funded civil society organizations that would ultimately carry out the Maidan. Or they were using that money, right? So they lost on every substantive point. Did you see XUC calling you out? Go ahead and whisper to me. I'm not sure how relevant it is. I do want to get into coverage, right? But we can, I guess, look at it for now. What did XQC say about me? Go ahead and whisper it to me. Why did Dylan try to correlate homophobia with war crimes? I don't know. I don't know why we were debating about LGBT issues at all, considering they're not relevant to anything that's going on in Ukraine right now. But I guess everything has to be about that. Oh, this is the one. This is XQC. Kept trying to project Ukraine's Nazi problem on Russia. Yeah, they were talking about the National Movement for Unity, which was just totally marginal in the Donbass. Completely marginal force. I mean, the majority of Russian neo-Nazis actually are fighting for Ukraine, believe it or not. But what they were talking about is Russian national unity, right?
Destiny and Infrared insult each other. Wow.
Not even at the time.
I think we need another mute here on the Moscow Manlet, please.
I don't think he found it funny. I don't think he found that insult funny. Honestly, guys, you may say that, like, oh, Haz, you only don't find it funny because you're not the recipient of the joke. I genuinely think it's band kid humor. I genuinely think it's like a joke your history teacher in high school would say, and like it's like this weird nerdy boomer humor. I just don't find it funny. So it's like a Russian word plus you're short. The Leningrad Munchkin, whatever the fuck they were saying. It's like SNL band kid humor. You know, it's like something you would hear out of fucking BuzzFeed or something. I don't know, it's not my sense of humor. Because if I did think it was my sense of humor, I would also do the same for Ukrainian names or NATO names, and I'd be like, oh, you're the Kiev, Oh, I can't say that. It's TOS. You're the live-iv loser. Haha. Destiny. More like the live-iv loser. Ha ha ha. I mean, I just don't find it funny. The Kiev Coomer. Yeah, I don't find it funny humor. This is like nerdy band kid humor. Well, I mean, there's there's a lot of consequences to this campaign against bullying in schools, and that you're seeing it now. Like all the things that you would like cringe out at nerds for thinking is funny, they go online and like I think they have the freedom to like have an outlet to like I guess. I just think it's corny. I personally find it corny, you know? Does anyone here think it's funny? I personally find it corny. I think it's corny. That's just my sense of humor. I think it's corny. And the thing why I was so angry is like it's really not my sense of humor. Everything he was saying was so cringe to me that it was pissing me off. Like I was getting angry. I was getting fucking angry at the idea of someone laughing at this. Like you have not been stuffed in a locker and you need to. I know DGG was feeding him everything.
Destiny his torso is big, but he's short. He looks like a fucking torso group. He just has a long torso. He looks like Sid from Ice Age. He has the body of Sid from Ice Age. He has the body of Sid from Ice Age.
It's like, this is my sense of humor. I don't know. I guess it resonates with more normal people. As XQC find it funny. But that's my sense of humor. Like, that is my sense of humor. You know? The SNL band kid jokes is not... Like, for example, Destiny thought this was really funny. He was like, oh, is that the same proportion of the Azov battalion and the total Ukrainian military? And then you just see you see what Dylan go, and I'm like, holy shit, these people really found freedom on the internet from any bullying. Because if I would have ever made that joke, I would have been bullied. If I ever would have made that joke in high school, I would have been bullied, okay? I mean, it's just not funny, right? But I feel like when I say this, it is funny because I'm just straight to the point. I don't fucking do this. Oh, you never consider that the calculus. Shut the fuck up, dude. You know, like, any joke that relies on having to know, like, things that the majority of people don't know is not funny. That's why they found it funny, because, like, most people don't know that much about Russia. So when they're like, oh, looks like we're talking about the cornhole commissar. It's like most people don't know what a commissar is. Only nerds know what it is, so they find it funny. So it's like a nerd in-joke, right? But if I just call him fucking Sid, yeah, it's Big Bang Theory humor. That's exactly what it is. It's Big Bang Theory humor. When I call him a fucking Sid from Ice Age, everyone can see what I'm talking about. So like, I feel like that's why it's funny, because like everyone can see what I'm talking about. You don't have to be like a fucking like ugly nerd to know what I'm talking about. It could literally be anyone, you know? That's Bazinga! That's exactly DGG. Bazinga! It's the Big Bang. Can you watch the full VOD of XQC reacting to me? I don't think he reacts beyond this, does he?
Dude, repeat it a third.
Not even at the top.
I think we need another mute here on the Moscow Manlet, please.
Can you guys understand why I was pissed? When my blood was boiling? Can we get another mute here on the Moscow Manlet? And like, he's gotten this feedback loop from his community that like, this makes him sound so funny and so badass. And like, that is what makes me angry. Like, the fact that he thinks he looks good saying that. Like, I just feel like he needs a reality check. He's literally the same height as you. Why is he calling you a manlet? Because he's putting Moscow in front of it, and it's like, it's really funny. Sent you the link of XQC talking about me in Whisper. Okay.
Yeah, let me hear your.
Okay, there's like a lot of shit. Apparently, like, apparently XQC reacted to like a few things.
No, infrared gets triggered into oblivion.
And passive aggressive jokes only bitch ass fucking pedo nerds find funny. Shut the fuck up, you little bitch. Nobody fucking has your sense of humor except pedos like Mr. Girl. Nobody shares your fucking passive aggressive, fast talking, mumbling, stumbling sense of fucking StarCraft humor, you little bitch.
Okay.
Fucking laughing, Destiny, you passive aggressive little bitch. Destiny, let me air your dirty laundry, Destiny, because I found out a lot of things about you, Destiny. Let me air your dirty laundry,
Please
motherfucker.
do it, please.
Yeah, let me air your dirty laundry, Destiny, you motherfucker.
Guys, I don't know this guy, and I'm not gonna roast him, but nobody tell him that if Destiny isn't canceled today, okay, he's not gonna get canceled for something that is in the past, okay? Everything that the man has done or said is out there, okay? Every of his nuts, crazy debaters have tried to get him canceled, okay? This guy's not gonna pull out some fucking piece of intel out of.
It's not that I can get him canceled. It's just like, there's things that people don't talk about. There are things people don't talk about, which I think at like, I don't know if it'll ruin his career, because I think the only way to do that is to like, if he was deplatformed. And I never call for deplatforming anyone, because I'm not a bitch. Like, I'll never go to the authorities, you know? But it's shit that would definitely like start a discourse. Let's just say that. It'd be shit that would start a discourse. And it would like get people talking about it and shit, you know? Which, yeah.
Of left field, okay? Destiny has okay, I'm not gonna say it. Okay, I'm not gonna say it. I did. He said some shit that's so far gone. Even if I say that he said that, I'd get smoked on. I'd get smoked. I guess I cannot speak the words. I cannot breathe the words. Destiny tells a joke about Nathan.
Girl, the
Wait,
biggest.
wait a second. Wait.
Listen, you got.
Talk about one of his friends was contemplating suicide, and he told him if he feels it's necessary, he should do it. And he laughed about the story. What? The thing is, I'm gonna go ahead. I don't know if that's true. The thing is, if it was true, it would not surprise me. Again, let me just say this. I think all evil comes from, like, weakness. And he's just a very weak person, right? Like, this person could not hold their own without their chat. They couldn't, like, do anything. Right? It's pretty sick. You know why I know they're weak? Because I looked at some old clips from years ago, right? And honestly, that stalker from Half-Life 2, that's really like what he's like. He's like that stalker from Half-Life 2, which is like just very weak. He even sounded like, he used to sound like this, believe it or not. He'd be like, I'm Destiny, and I'm he literally used to sound like that, but he's like done vocal training to sound less bad, I guess. But he's just a very weak person, right?
Captain Waffles donated $5. Sid from Ice Age didn't have any arguments. He used argumentative ad ridicule, or straight up denied reality that you and Jackson put forth. DGG is the epitome of liberalism, casting a mass psychosis for these losers who can see the East as the future.
Yeah, I agree. I'll tell you what's grotesque about it. When I say grotesque, I mean like disturbing, is that most human beings have a sense of morality. We have a sense of like intuitive morality where it's like, we have some kind of connection to like just some kind of absolute, right? Where it's like you can call it God, call it whatever the fuck you want, but like we just naturally have a connection to something beyond ourselves that gives us a clear sense of right and wrong from a common sense perspective, right? Destiny does not have that. He does not have any real morality. The scary thing for Destiny is that his community and his chat is God. The discourse that goes on, it's like a form of cannibalism, right? It's like his DGG community, that is God. Like, that is his sense of right and wrong. That is for him, like, the highest threshold of meaning. The highest threshold of meaning for Destiny is the discourse that goes on in his own community. So it's like, it's not that it's a cult, it's like a weird symbiotic, incestuous kind of relationship he has to his own chat that produces a really, really just very ugly, really like monstrous, grotesque result. It is probably the ugliest thing on the internet anywhere, right? Most cult leaders, at least are promising their community there's something beyond me. It's not just me. There's something beyond me, right? Destiny, he's just playing his... All Destiny is offering his community is his own husk. Like, just his own husk as a person. His community is like a swarm of anonymous losers, and there's pedos, there's a lot of sick, disgusting, evil people, and they just need one host to latch onto, right? No. I think Destiny is the only streamer who's like this. Not even Nick Fuentes is like this. And I want to kind of talk about that too, because with all this talk about deplatforming, I kind of wanted to talk about how I really wish Nick Fuentes was not deplatformed from Twitch. And the reason for that is because it's not like his relevance has gone away. He's gotten way bigger than before, right? But at least when he was here on Twitch, that community wasn't as nihilistic and wasn't as demonic, They would at least be somewhat, human. But now there's like no rules. I feel like if he was back on Twitch, it would be better. And I feel like it'd be more balanced too. Obviously, I don't fucking agree with him. I don't agree with him at all. I just think if I would like Fuentes to be on Twitch. I would prefer him to have stayed on Twitch because when it's only libs that dominate because it's not like those people are they just disappeared when you deplatform them. It's better that there's an ability for there to be like debates and dialogue so that you don't go too much into an extreme direction of psychosis. And I'm taking notes of what happened to Fuentes because it might happen to me. But I just don't want to go down the path he did, where I have a totally unhinged community. Well, I don't really know his community. It's just from what I've seen. I don't want a totally unhinged community ever, right? Even when we don't have Twitch TOS or TOS to follow, I still want us to have like I want us to have prohibitions, right? I want us to have things where it's like, we have a line we don't cross, right? But yeah. Those people have 250k views. What? There's an underworld to deplatform communities. I know. And we might, who knows, we might end up there. But all I'm saying is it would have been way better. Because guess what? I'm going to tell you guys something. Do you think Destiny is better than Nick Fuentes? I'm going to go ahead and tell you something. Destiny's worse than Nick Fuentes. Because at least Nick Fuentes proclaims to believe in God, right? Destiny is just as racist as Nick Fuentes and just as anti-human, except he's an atheist who has no limits as far as what they consider acceptable to do. So Destiny's much, much worse, especially when you consider the pedo shit that is rampant in his community, the Mr. Girl stuff, which is probably the most damning thing that's public. It's like, yeah, he's more racist than Nick Fuentes, I think. I think that's too. Yeah, I think that as well. I think that as well, honestly. To me, it's like, You know, there was a lot of nihilism associated with the alt-right back in 2016. But that was always like a form of like going against the grain, right? The really kind of scary thing that's going on today is that all of the nihilism and brutality and like all the nihilism and brutality of the alt-right is being co-opted by liberals, right? Liberals are starting to like become edgy 4chan trolls. And the difference is like they're pornographic. Like they'll harass you with pornography, they'll threaten to rape you and all this shit. Like when the alt-right did it, yeah, it was brutal, but behind all of that, they had this like, yeah, but I'm a conservative and I'm a Christian and I'm only doing this to fight the enemies of God, or I'm fighting Satan, right? But when these liberals do it, it's way scarier. It's way more fucking like satanic, you know? It's actually satanic and demonic. But like all of the edginess and nihilism of the alt-right is now being adopted by liberals. And like I told you, the form of neo-Nazism that exists today is liberalism. And it's through the Ukraine shit, right? I mean, like, there's like, guys, you have to understand something. You know, when the University of Milan banned Dostoevsky, they weren't just doing it because they made a conscious decision to be racist. Everyone is trying to virtue signal about this news cycle in some kind of way. So when George Floyd died, everyone tried to like virtue signal about Black Lives Matter in some kind of way. Every underwear company was like, in honor of Black Lives Matter. Every ice cream company, in honor of Black Lives Matter. You know what I mean? Like, everyone wants to get in on this like discourse, right? The thing is, when it comes to the Ukraine shit, the way it works is like, okay, I want to get on this solidarity with Ukraine thing. So how do I do that? In honor of Ukraine, we're gonna ban Dostoevsky. And it's like they're unconsciously reviving Nazism through the same mechanism that progressive causes were being astroturfed. So all the LGBT, Black Lives Matter stuff that was astroturfed in the last decade, and by LGBT, of course, I'm talking about like, you know, not people in general, but just like the cause. All of that stuff which was astroturfed in the past decade, the same thing is being used to revive Nazism. So it's really weird when people come and tell me, Haz, how could Ukraine be a neo-Nazi state when they're so socially progressive? And what I would tell them is that Nazism is the conclusion of progressivism. A lot of people don't know this, but the progressive movement had always been eugenic in nature. It was never some kind of like, you know, progressivism can get really ugly, you know? It was always eugenic in nature. It was always extremely racist in nature. And Nazism adopted its racial theories from the progressive movement in the early 20th century. A lot of people don't know about this. Progressivism is Nazism. It's made of the same thing, right? People have this skewed idea where the Nazis are the Trump redneck people and the progressives are this enlightened city liberals. No, because Nazis were enlightened city liberals and those rural, you know, hillbilly Trump people, those are actually good, you know, those are populists. Those are populists who are not nihilists. They, you know, they believe in God. They still have some kind of sense of right and wrong that's unconscious and embedded. So people really have this skewed idea. So when they're starting to, so like for example, Destiny and Dylan, when I told them that, yeah, you can have a neo-Nazism that is not necessarily anti-LGBT and not necessarily anti-Semitic, they were like, oh, okay, that sounds based. And it's like, yup, that's why we call you Nazis, because you just didn't know what Nazis actually were. You thought Nazis were like these rugged populists who represented it's class warfare. It's not about ideology, it's about class. They don't hate Nazism. They just hate rural working class people. And they hate like this conservatism they have, right? They hate their fathers. They hate this just everything that reminds them of anything real, right? If you can show them that Nazism is like progressive, except it's racist, they'll be like, okay, I'm fine with Nazism then. They're fine with like the racial exterminationism and the Western supremacy and the colonialism. Like they're completely fine with that, right? The only thing they have an issue with was that it might be a little intolerant toward LGBT. And it might be anti-Semitic. And the reason they're a little sensitive to anti-Semitism is because in the 21st century, Jewish people like Italians and Poles who come from European backgrounds have largely been accepted as Europeans, right? At least in the United States, and I'm sure it's also true in Europe. But that wasn't the case during the Nazi anti-Semitism. During Nazi anti-Semitism, Jewish people were not considered Europeans. They were considered
Brave
like
New
foreign.
World Aldous Huxley. Take the pill, play the game, ignore the horror. We need to have a talk with Destiny's wife about this.
Thank you, Alienated. European Jews are largely ultra-Orthodox. I know, but I'm saying like the only reason they have a problem with anti-Semitism is because they associate anti-Semitism with the targeting of what they would consider fellow Europeans, right? That's the only reason they care. I mean, they wouldn't care, for example, about racism against religious Jews who are not primarily identified by their ethnicity but defined by their religion. They don't care about the discrimination against Orthodox Jews. They don't care, right? Because they're atheists. They don't care. They also don't care about discrimination against Mizrahi, Eastern Jews, because they're not Europeans, right? So that's the only reason they you know, like they try to say, okay, anti-Semitism is more prevalent in Russia than in Ukraine. Honestly, anti-Semitism is a proxy for conspiratorial thinking, not necessarily actual hatred of Jewish people. It's sometimes just a proxy of conspiratorial thinking. I don't think most people hate Jewish people, you know? Especially in Russia, especially in a place like Russia, where, you know, Jewish people have long been fused with Russians, and it's not necessarily assimilation, but it's like fusion, right? That's just my experience. That's just from what I've seen. I don't think there's like a very hard distinction, right? So what's a Nazi? Well, that's what people need to start becoming woke about, is that Nazism is primarily defined by this kind of fanatical liberal neuroticism of purity, the purity of formal purity, and like racial exterminationism and political correctness. And now that's taking the form of fucking like Reddit. If you're not on Reddit and you're not a Redditor like me who likes Pokemon, you're subhuman, you know?
Banned for being a pedo. Why would you give that guy his career? You gave him his career, Destiny.
Dan Bilzerian at all.
What does that say about you? Don't you have a child yourself? Destiny, don't you have a son? Don't you have a son?
My son is too old for.
See, I mean, that's kind of funny. All right, that's kind of funny. Shut the fuck up, dude. I don't know. Do I have to roast XQC now? Do I have to roast him now?
Mr. Girl now, okay? He's safe.
That's disgusting. Why would you talk about your own son and joke about your own son like that? Someone should talk fucking child protective services, honestly. You abandoned your own fucking son to live.
He said, what?
Listen, don't you have a son? Don't you have a son?
My son is too old for Mr. Girl now, okay? He's safe.
That's disgusting. Why would you talk about your own son and joke about your own son like that? Someone should talk fucking child protective services, honestly. You abandoned your own fucking son to live.
That is so weird that he would joke about that. Like, imagine being a father and you make like that's so gross. That's honestly disgusting.
What the fuck is that? Because actually, what the fuck? Jesus. Chode logic does what Destiny couldn't.
He didn't even react to that. All right. I I don't. Is there anything else? Anything else, or that's it? Hmm. Oh, hold on. That's yeah. A lot of people are just starting to send me dirt about Destiny, and this is some pretty fucked up shit, honestly. Like, okay, I guess we have a lot. Am I gonna do streams exposing Destiny? No. But the next time I'm in VC with him, or better yet, when I see him in person, I'm gonna bring this stuff up. I'm not gonna like make a whole stream dedicated to him. I have a video of Destiny showing. Yeah, you guys gotta tell me this shit because I literally don't know anything about Destiny. I found out about a few things the past few weeks, but like you guys gotta really like let's just say I will. I'm open to people who have had who's there's things about Destiny that you think deserve to be brought to justice, right? Let's just say that. It's not really ever going to be the primary focus of my stream, but it's something like, keep in mind. Because he seems to just know all this shit about me that his chat feeds them, so I just feel like you guys should do the same. So anyway, let me just say this. Let me just say this officially. Final thing, right? I used to kind of be cordial with Destiny because I'm a human being. I've always been a human being, right? I want you guys to know this right now. Officially speaking, Destiny is an enemy. He's probably like the biggest enemy right now on Twitch. He is the biggest enemy on Twitch of my brand, of me in general, etc., etc. So y'all commies are actually religious? I didn't know that. I don't know if all of us are here, but a huge proportion are. Yeah, I personally have religious views and stuff, so I think it's very common today for communists to be religious. We're definitely against liberal atheism, though. Even the people who aren't religious, we're all against liberal atheism, because liberal atheism really is just nihilistic Satanism. Can you explain to a non-commie why most communist states were atheist? Sure. Most communist states were atheist because by that time religion was being co-opted by these kind of Freemason atheist Satanists who were using religion for the worldly gain and the worldly power of, the powers that be, and it was just completely corrupt. So communist states had a hard line of like completely abstaining from religion because they thought it was corrupt. It was inherently something corrupt and corruptible, right? But there's a more mature view that was adopted after World War II when the Orthodox Church was revived in Russia, and there was a way to make harmonious like worldly justice here on earth, and having a sense of spirituality for the hereafter. Because those Soviet soldiers that are fighting on the front lines, I mean, you're fighting. You're just. You can't only focus on what's here on earth. You have to have a sense of like spirituality and otherworldliness, right? So there's room for both the divine and the worldly, right? Not just one. Anyway, this is the current map and the current state of things. Now, where's Kharkiv? Right here. I currently don't know what's going on. So I know Melitopol has been taken. Has it been taken fully? Has it been occupied? And has Mariupol been taken yet? Where is it? No, it has not been. Mariupol has not been fully taken. We know Kherson has been taken, right?
Stalinism donated $3. What's the main difference between Islamic and Christian eschatology?
That's a hard question, but Islamic eschatology is more post-apocalyptic, whereas I think Christian eschatology is still waiting. It's waiting for something more like to complete it, right? Where Islam is more about everything has already been completed. Islamic eschatology is more future-oriented rather than past-oriented. Check out this clip from Malipol. Oplix, the fucked up thing, and it's gonna make this kind of hard, is that I don't think I can share RT on Twitch. I have to email them and check if it's okay. But it seems to me Twitch has actually deplatformed and banned Russian state media from Twitch. Like there's Twitch accounts, just because they had ties to Russian state media, they were banned, right? I personally don't know what the status of my account is going to be. They may still be deciding it, right? So you have to keep that in mind, but I don't want to give them any reasons to do anything preemptively. But just to be clear, as I was trying to talk about yesterday, we are in an unprecedented state of censorship, right? There's an unprecedented censorship that's going on. Yeah, Reddit has banned all RT links. So there's just this unprecedented censorship that we're facing. I want you guys to all know that. We are facing extreme censorship, and I am trying to cover these events while maneuvering that censorship to the best of my ability, right? But yes, a lot of information is being censored. A lot of sources are being censored. And it's under Twitch's harmful misinformation policy, which is like an extremely vague and ambiguously defined thing. But we are going to try and like abide by the rules as much as we can, you know? Because at the end of the day, like, we don't I mean, unless they just start making Marxism-Leninism not allowed on the website, we're just going to be here, right? You don't have Russian ties, though. If it's just your opinion, then you're fine. I don't know how it's defined. Yeah, the biggest red flag was Trump being deplatformed. How are you going to hit 10K when Twitch are majority libs? You openly hate on them, you hate on 3/4 of the platform, but expect to be Hassan one day? I don't know if I'm going to be on Twitch by then. But I don't know if Twitch is going to be the only streaming platform by then in 3 years, because there's such a contrast between the diversity of opinion in this country and what is considered acceptable by these platforms, that what I'm actually expecting is that by the time Web 3.0 starts rolling around, where we're going to have a more decentralized internet that's based on these blockchain technologies, we're going to start seeing less big tech censorship in general.
The Cooperl donated $3. Do you think that there is a potential for the Freedom Convoy movement in America to put pressure on the Biden regime to lift sanctions on Russia? For owner-operators, the increasing gas prices will be an increasing thorn in their side.
I hope so. But the thing is that the current People's Convoy, which is on its way to DC, that is already being stopped and sabotaged. So the police in Washington, D.C. are already preparing for it, and they plan on arresting literally everyone, right? So the People's Convoy that left from California, that's on its way to D.C. now, I don't think that's gonna do well, right? So if there's some kind of equivalent to it, you know, the thing is, guys, the reason why Canada's Freedom Convoy worked was because it wasn't expected, right? It was ultimately something that came to people's surprise, and it was not expected. The fact that they can like know that it already happened, yeah, you already have the deep state and all these people. They've already like jumped in on making sure that this is not going to be able to happen again, either in Canada or the US. So you guys have to understand that the tragic thing is that most of these uprisings, including January 6th, I'm not condoning anything, I'm just making an observation. Most of these uprisings are just giving our government data inputs with which to use to control us to an even greater degree. Most of these uprisings that happen are just giving the government the tools to stop that from ever happening again. Which is why it's not so much important that they're going to be successful. It's just that we have to draw the right lessons, signaling, and messages from them. And that's why media is so important. Like, for example, we need to remember Occupy Wall Street. Nobody really remembers it. You know what I mean? If you remember what happened on Occupy Wall Street, that's a powerful thing, right? Remember these moments, right? Remember the truckers' convoy. Remember these things. Remember 2016. Remember these uprisings that have happened. Even remember Ralph Nader. What was his name? Ross Perot. You guys remember Ross Perot? You know, it's interesting when I debated Destiny before, he was like, oh, third parties would never have a chance. Did you know that Ross Perot did have a chance? And that he was threatened? His daughter's wedding was threatened, so he had to drop out of the race in the summer of the election year. But until that moment, he was leading in the polls. And he would have probably gotten elected as president under a third party. Ross Perot had a chance, right? Third parties are very much possible, okay? Yeah, remember GameStop, remember AMC. All of these things that happen are used by the elites and used by the establishment to prepare to control us to an ever greater degree than before, right? Which is why I'm not too optimistic that we can stop the Great Reset. I think maybe it has to happen first for us to be able to know how to resist it, right? But we're going to try to stop it. We're going to try and stop it as best we can. But even if we fail in being able to stop it, that's okay. Because we'll learn how to beat it. We will learn how to beat them no matter what. It doesn't matter what happens. We will always be able to adapt to changing circumstances. It's called the Great Awakening, you know? It's called the Great Awakening. What do you think about Russia potentially disconnecting from the global internet? Oh, okay, that is something I wanted to report on. So, I don't know why they had not done this before. And it's really odd because it's like playing a game like who's exiling who first. I want to give you guys a pretty terrifying prospect, right? What if the Black Lives Matter stuff and the wear your mask stuff, what if that's not even based on like a calculated plan for astroturfing? What if it's genuinely based on just this corporate impetus to be overly socialized and virtue signal? Like, for example, I heard on Twitter that Twitch has stopped processing payments from credit cards from the Russian Federation. Now, maybe this wasn't Twitch's decision, and that this was just a result of like the banks being sanctioned in general. But if that was Twitch's decision, it's like, that doesn't make any logical sense. Why would Twitch restrict its ability to have a market in Russia when that's like an ability for Western influence to penetrate a foreign and adversarial territory, right? It's a form of soft power. Why is Disney no longer releasing its films in Russia when that's a form of soft power against an adversarial territory that is U.S. State Department propaganda? I feel like, they banned Russian para-Olympic athletes. They banned Russian cats. They're starting to ban Dostoevsky and all this other kind of shit. This might, and this is kind of scary, but it might literally just be a form of virtue signaling that they're doing, where they sit around in a corporate environment, they're like, with all this Ukraine stuff going on, I feel like we should do something. We should send a message. And I feel like that's all they're doing, is sending a message for sending a message's own sake. And it's kind of scary that there's these very powerful institutions that are being weaponized in order to virtue signal according to the discursive feedback loops of social media. And that's honestly why I think China has a better system than us. China has a system where people don't make decisions based on what the public wants all the time. They make decisions based on what works. And I feel like if we had universities that made decisions based on what works, like for example, let's continue to read Dostoevsky because it's good literature. You don't always have to virtue signal and make a statement. You don't always have to do the Black Lives Matter thing, and you don't always have to fucking do the George Floyd thing. Obviously, Black lives do matter, right? But I'm saying the astroturfed corporate movement. You don't have to do the whole fucking What else? You don't have to do that whole fucking like virtue signaling based on everything that's running on the news cycle. It's just fucking dangerous, right? And you know what? I should maybe be celebrating it as a pro-Russian, as someone who is pro-Russian, and I'm coming from that perspective. Unabashedly, I am pro-Russian, right? Because I think they're doing the same thing to the military now. They're making the military more woke. And I honestly don't necessarily think that's for any cynical reason. I think they genuinely are trying to virtue signal. And they're like, let's just have the most diverse military possible in terms of sexual orientations and gender identities. And it is genuinely going to lead to a lot of military incompetence. It's going to lead to a lot of incompetence as far as our state works. And honestly, that is going to give Russia and China a big advantage, which I am far from upset about, right? I am far from upset about that. I mean, if you look at these new military ads, it just gives you an idea of how our institutions are being hijacked. And in a way, when you think about it, it's kind of just the macrocosm of destiny. Our institutions are literally like destiny. It's like a shriveled husk of some kind of willpower that is totally hijacked by this like hive mind of social discourse that is actually driving and controlling it, right? The only difference is that some high level of control is happening at the end of it. Like the State Department and the rest are engineering these things and astroturfing these hive mind discourses for the purposes of social control. And this is all out there, by the way. Kantbot has studied it. He's revealed. I mean, we live in a cybernetic society where public opinion is engineered based on making it seem like this is like the spontaneous view of the masses, you know? The elites are so delusional that they do things that harms their society. Yeah. So Twitter has been restricted in Russia, if you didn't know. We have more things to report about. So a lot of people were reporting on... Many people have been reporting on the... Okay, correction. This is ASB News. So the chairman of the State Duma of the Russian Federation, says that Zelensky has escaped to Poland. Now, in response to this, I can't show the source for this information, but the Ukrainian parliament claims President Zelensky remains in Kiev after reports earlier he left to Poland. Now, take this with a grain of salt, right? Women can also be in the army. Pretty weird to say different. No, I agree. Women have always been part of the army. I agree, but I don't think military leadership should be based on quotas of like identities. I think it should be based on how good you are. I mean, I think that's common sense, right? And I don't know why I'm even giving this free advice, because I'm someone who sides with Russia and I side with China, right? So, but that's how they run their militaries. That's how I would run my military, right? But yeah. Yeah, I think military should be meritocratic. But yeah, I mean, obviously women can be a part of the military. So apparently the Ukrainian parliament is contradicting the claims of the chairman of the State Duma. Oh, read the second comment. Let me see. Oh, we need healers. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. I can't say this joke. It's even worse. All right. Anyway, never mind. It's already bad enough. All right. I'm just saying, like, I can't say this shit. I cannot say this shit. Fuck. All right. Anyway. Apparently, Zelensky's opposition apparently claims that Zelensky fled to the U.S. Embassy in Poland. That's what they're claiming. What do we know? I don't know. What is the truth? We don't know. Nothing's been confirmed. We're just looking at claims. The U.S. administration is alarmed by the decision to block the social network. Wait. Okay, hold on. Just give me a second. Give me a small second. Now, I was not surprised by the news that Russia blocked Facebook. I was like, okay, whatever, that's to be expected. Did Saki, did she really just fucking say the US is alarmed? You're alarmed by the decision to... You took away RT America's media license. You're like crack. There's universities in Italy banning Dostoevsky. I mean, what you are alarmed by Russia blocking the social... I mean, this is like... I don't know what to say. This is beyond the threshold of fucking reason. What do you mean you're alarmed? What do you mean you're... What do you mean? I thought at the very least you'd be like, okay, we're censoring, you can censor too. They're saying, no, we just want to censor everything that's Russian, sanction the shit out of Russia, but... We are alarmed when Russia decides to block Facebook. It's like, what? How does that make any fucking sense? Why would the US administration be alarmed? Isn't that what? What the literal fuck? They took back their ban. I know, they did take it back. I'm just saying the fact they did that initially, you know? And there's other examples too, that Russian composer who was fired for not denouncing Putin. Alarmed? They are literally... let me think about this. What are some things... Does vodka originate in Russia? Let me check. I'm going to check first before I say this. Vodka origin. Oh, fuck. It's from Poland. Is it? Alright, I'm just going to say vodka. Say they're about to ban vodka because it might have Russian origin. But Russia can't ban Facebook. Clown country. Like, what the fuck? They banned cats! They banned Russian cats! And if you want to say that wasn't a decision by the state, your state banned all Russian liquor in liquor stores? No fucking way. If you want to say it's a decision by the state, fine, right? Fine, that's okay. But even our government took away RT America's media license, effectively banning RT America. Like, that's pretty... And you know, and then also, big tech platforms are starting to clamp down on all things Russian, right? So it's like, really? Is it really alarming that this would happen? There are videos of them removing Russian alcohol. This is madness. Again, guys, this is the same thing as the whole fucking AstroTurf, Black Lives Matter stuff, and some of that, you know, other stuff. Like, there are certain months dedicated to certain pride months, if you catch my drift. It's like, it's the same thing. They virtue signal just to make a statement based on what's going on social media and the discourse. Except now it's becoming like a form of madness, right? Where they're starting to just Russia equals bad. It's like, hey, guys, does anyone know that's kind of like pretty fucking, it's kind of like racist a little bit? Like, really? Everything Russian is bad? Because, I mean, even if you don't like what Putin did, or even if you don't like the Russian government, like, really, everything Russian is, the way you're going to make a statement is just demonizing everything that has you're gonna ban Russian cats. Yeah, they're making like an anti-Russia month. It's like we have the Black History Month, we have Pride Month, and now we're having anti-Russia month. And it's like, what? Like everything Russian is just bad. Like in honor of Ukraine, we are gonna, yeah, you know, that's something else I noticed is that discrimination and racism, frankly, seems to be like it's normalized against Russians because Russians are considered white and it's okay to attack white people, so it's fine, right? That makes it fine. Despite the fact that Russians have their own culture and their own history and their own traditions, it's okay to attack Russians because apparently, whoa, because Russians are white, it's okay, right? That's pretty fucked up, isn't it? It's pretty fucked up. I mean, imagine being Russian. I mean, Russians are being attacked all over Europe. There's people in my chat who have told me that they have younger siblings in schools who are being bullied because they're Russian, right? They're being kicked out of group chats. And it's almost like that whole trendy, like, liberal, progressive shit that everyone used to virtue signal about. It's making a really dark turn, right? They're kicking people out of the. There's a lot of stories, that I've been hearing. And people asking, Haas, why are you against all this leftist shit? You're such a bad guy. You're such a horrible reactionary. I'm like, okay, you're a leftist, right? You're a so-called progressive leftist who believe you're full of shit because this is literally like neo-Nazi bullshit. That's used with the same methods as that progressive shit. You want to ask me why I'm fucking against censorship and I'm against deplatform? Because it's being used against us. My mother is in the hospital because she broke her hip and she's scared to call my father Russian because every time she does, people look weirdly at her. Yeah, it's really fucked up. Do you think since Russian forces have controlled nuclear facilities, Ukrainian fascists will target the reactors to create a reason for the West to get involved? I think reasons to initiate Western involvement in general would probably amount to it would probably amount, let me think. I think as far as reasons to get involved is, hold on. I think that would have to be like an attack on NATO. So if they wanted to do a false flag, they'd probably focus on the NATO thing, Okay, this is from the Gray Zone. Okay, we can watch this later. I'm just vetting some stuff. Anything Goes is a video on YouTube called Russophobia that details everything banned that's Russian. Yeah, the left is America and Europe's biggest enemy. Yeah, it is. I really think so. Do you think the sanctions are going to cause a recession soon due to high oil prices? Oh yeah, I think a global economic. I mean, look, am I gonna bet money on it? No, because I genuinely don't really know, right? But if I ever had to guess, I don't care about The Intercept. The Intercept is Total lib shit. Isn't that where Ben Burgess works now? But anyway, listen, guys. If there was ever a time that there's going to be an economic collapse and an economic just collapse of the world economic system, I think it's happening this year. I think it would be happening this year, right? I don't think inflation is going to get under control. I think it's going to get a lot worse, actually, right? And a lot of people are laughing at the suffering of Russians because of the ruble. Well, wait until that inflation comes here, because it is, right? I mean, people were doing the same with Venezuela. All of that is coming here. Because a lot of people don't understand that our US dollar, petrodollar system is not sustainable. Yeah, Russophobia is aligned with Bernard Henry Levy liberal thought. Yeah, 100%. The portrait of Bandera in the background, PBS blurred out the portrait. Look, you can say Putin had mysterious loyalties for a long time. He was diplomatic with those World Economic Forum people. Hell, he was even diplomatic with Europe and America for a long time. But I think it's fair to say, and this is why Russia is being so celebrated in China, in India, and parts of Africa, even in parts of Europe, is because it's like Russia has made that crossing the Rubicon decision to fully join an anti-Western axis, you know? He's fully crossed the Rubicon and just, yeah, the Middle East, they're really celebrating him there. He's crossed that Rubicon and he's like, yep, we're not going to be like playing both sides anymore. We're just going to fully side with, yeah, Latin America too. Russia signed the Fourth Industrial Revolution. I don't know. What did they sign, right? I don't know. But this definitely was that crossing the Rubicon moment as far as the relation to the West is concerned. Talk about Battinson. I don't know if what you're talking about is the new Batman movie, but I heard it was like super good. And I heard the Batman movie was right-wing propaganda, which basically means it's a really good movie. Whenever they call a movie right-wing propaganda, that means it's good, right? If any of these fucking liberal Rotten Tomatoes movie critics who give these, I mean, I remember they gave Thor 2 80% on Rotten Tomatoes. 80%? Really? I didn't even watch Thor 2 and I knew that movie fucking sucked. And they gave it 80%. Get the fuck out of here, you know? I remember that. So, yeah, they're paid by Disney. I know about all that shit. But I heard the latest Batman is good. Now, guys, tell me, can I watch the Batman here, or do I have to go to the theaters? Do I have to get in my car and actually drive to the movie theater? Or can I watch it from HBO on my TV? Are they doing that thing where you can... I have to go to the movies? I have to go to theaters. Fuck. They review bombed Battle at Lake Chagrin. I don't know if I like that movie. I watched it and I don't know if I liked it. Take a Tinder date. I don't think I want to. Let me blow my nose. I don't know about you guys, but whenever I go to the movies with like a date or anything, I never focus on the movie, and I forget the movie because I'm focused on whatever. So it's like I don't like doing that. Also, the way I act on Tinder is pretty bad. You guys know how I fucking act on Tinder? It's actually really bad. I'm like, I literally just message you. I'm like, yo, I'm trying to hit it. I don't say that, but I'm very direct, like immediately. Like, I just say, yo, I'm not trying to waste no time. I say, what do I say? What do I say? There's something I actually copy and paste to everyone. I copy and paste the same one. I say, yo, listen, I can open with some corny line, but what do I say? I could open with some corny line, but I'm leaving in 2 days, and I'm honestly just trying to bust some cheeks. I don't know. I'm honestly trying to blow your back out. I say some shit like that. I just copy and I put very little effort. And if you guys think this is like, is this stupid? Why would you? Believe it or not, the reason I copy and paste it is because it works. Not all the time, but it's like the only thing that's ever worked for me. It's the only thing. And for whatever reason, when you say I'm leaving in 2 days, because I would say that in LA, right? But when you say I'm leaving in 2 days, something activates in them where they're like, oh, fuck. You'd think it's the opposite, right? Because like you think like, oh yeah, women want to settle down with you. But when you tell them like, oh, I'm leaving in 2 days, they'll be like, oh shit. I don't know. It's a common sales tactic. Actually true. This offer is available for a limited time only. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know about I don't want to go take anyone to the movies, you know? And the first time it worked, I was shocked. I was like, what the fuck? This actually works? It's worked a few times. Believe it or not. And I was so skeptical. I checked their Instagram. I'd be like, is this a real person? Like, why would they say yes to this? I don't know. The first time. And the first time I did this was on Christmas, actually. It was Christmas Eve. And I was like, this can't be real. This is LA deception. Well, my fucking Twitch is in my Tinder profile, believe it or not. So they may be watching me now, and I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I just don't care that much. I haven't been going on Tinder at all recently. The past few weeks, I've been totally shut in, focused on this, and that's what I continue to do. I have not been focused on any of that shit. And honestly, I'm just not thinking about that right now, you know? Sanctions on Russia are starting to wreak havoc on global trade, with potentially devastating consequences for energy and grain importers, while also generating ripple effects across a world still struggling with pandemic-induced supply chain disruptions. Do you guys ever feel like all of this is intentional? I mean, surely the West, Europe, and America, surely they know what they're doing with these sanctions, that it's going to aggravate the current inflation and supply chain crisis, leading to probably a full-on economic collapse. And they have to be doing this shit instead. It's pretty crazy, right? It's pretty crazy. They're kind of trying to induce a collapse. Well, when you think about it, what is really the Great Reset? The Great Reset is about resetting the economy, right? Now, when it comes to a great reset, it's kind of deceptive because you'd think a great reset is like, oh, everything's going to get reset. Actually, the financial monopolists and the financial capitalists of the city of London, these oligarchies, people like George Soros, etc., their wealth is not going to be reset. Only our lives are going to be reset. Our lives, our small businesses, our way of life, our ability to go to and from work, our ability to the fuel prices, the way we transact, the way we consume, the way we do anything. But that's going to all be reset. Something really sick is actually going on, right? What they're starting to do is they're trying to optimize all of our lives around these financial parasites to be able to extract the most amount of profit and wealth from us, right? They're like resetting the entirety of our lives to turn us into slaves so they can squeeze out every last piece of fucking money they can out of us, basically, right? Through debt. It's a really sick thing that's going on because these people are seeing a collapse. They're facing a collapse, saying, okay, we have to secure our position. We have to promote eugenics. We have to promote limits to growth. We have to have this green agenda where we're gonna limit the amount of emissions of carbon. We're gonna limit the amount of industrialization, and we're gonna promote renewables over everything else. No nuclear fusion technology. Don't look into fusion technology. Whatever, you know. This is all to maintain the current world monopolies. Now, guys, ask yourself why they're against Russia. Why do you think they're all united against Russia? Because Russia is challenging the monopoly of the globalist financial capitalist elite, right? Russia has its own nationalized oil industry, and it gets its revenues not from loans that are coming from the World Bank, but from the sale of oil. And a country with a sovereign energy industry that is able to derive its revenues from the sale of gas and oil is going to be able to use those revenues to industrialize and build up their economy on their own terms. You're not going to get an IMF loan that's going to tell you how to develop your economy. You're not going to have foreign investors be in control of your industry. And that has serious ramifications as far as the disruption of the current global status quo is concerned. It has serious ramifications, serious disruptive effects, right? Russia has 50% weak exports to the world. Yeah. It has serious effects in cutting into their profits because ultimately it leads to things like cutting into their markets, right? But most importantly, and this is what people pay attention to the very least, is that sovereign and independent Russian industry upsets the global currency system, the post-Bretton Woods system, the petrodollar system. And when that becomes upset, the entire power of the global financial institutions and the global financial elite based in the city of London and elsewhere, that whole invisible spider web of an empire begins to collapse. Russia can transition into a Soviet-style economy. I think the people who are like really losing their shit about these sanctions against Russia, what I think they're missing is the fact, actually, that Russia is not, Russia's not some helpless country that's going to be destroyed by this. They have been planning. I mean, there's been a whole, let me put it this. There's a big internal debate going on within Russia for the past few decades. Should we be more open to the West or should we be more sovereign and Russian and independent, right? And autocratic. And all these sanctions are doing is empowering the forces within Russia who want Russia to be more sovereign and to make more decisions like the one Putin made to nationalize the largest energy industry, which is Gazprom, right? So Russia has already laid the foundations to adapt to these changing circumstances of sanctions, especially when you take into consideration the new economic partnerships Russia has been developing with China. So this is not putting Russia in some kind of like totally vulnerable position where it's going to be incapable of adapting, right? Russia is experiencing a lot of inflation and it's experiencing a lot of problems. Yes, certainly. But those are all going to be temporary. Russia's going to be able to adapt to all of that, I think, in a very short period. Give it a few years, and I think Russia will have... I mean, Russia has been sanction-proofing its economy since its annexation of Crimea. And its security assistance to Syria, to the government of Syria. So they've been spending this whole time making their economy sanction-proof. Now you're seeing a shock right now with all these bank runs and panic going on and sky-high inflation as far as the ruble is concerned. But it is not putting Russia in a like vulnerable position. They've already been anticipating this. Now, I saw a really stupid article that they're trying to spin it like, put it this way, right? Put it this way. So look at this headline from Newsweek, right? Just to show you the extent of misinformation, right? Just to show you the extent of the misinformation. Look at this article by Newsweek, right? You're right that it's not completely crippling them, but it seems silly to pretend they've already fully adjusted. They have fully prepared for this scenario. Being able to adapt to it is not going to happen overnight, but they are adapting to it. That's what I'm trying to say. They have the plan. It's just going to take a little time. Quichi says this is copium. Quichi, get in my fucking VC and let's talk about whether it's copium or not. Why don't you use your fucking head and put two and two together? Is this copium? Let's see. How is it copium? You want to know examples of how Russia's been sanction-proofing its economy? You want to know about how the U.S. government has been? Oh, you're laughing now. You're KEKWing because you weren't serious. You were just trolling, right? It was all just a troll, right? Well, get the fuck out of here, little bitch. It's that fucking simple. Someone in Show Q wants to debate you now. Okay. Let's drag them in. Okay, I don't know why it's automatically fucking playing videos. Like, this is such a piece of shit website. Right? Let's continue. Fuck, my throat. I ate some Chick-fil-A and I guess I fucking, I ate it the wrong way. Drink water? I don't think it's gonna work. Putin says Russia has no ill intentions and pleads for no more sanctions, right? So this is what the Western media is trying to tell us, is they're trying to say this bullshit that like, oh, Putin's like, no, please, we're pleading. Please stop. Well, let's see what Putin has actually said. Thankfully, thank God it's Newsweek and not Russia Today, because Russia Today's misinformation, which is no longer compatible with the terms of service. So thank God it's Newsweek that we can have access to Putin. RT, guys, RT is very, very scary. Scary disinformation. Do not go near RT. You will be hijacked. It is scary. You will be hypnotized. It's just, please, it's very scary stuff. Don't go near it. You're going to be cursed for 45 days. Thank you so much to the authorities. Thank you so much for protecting us and our consciousness from RT. Thank you for protecting our consciousness from RT. It is so dangerous and scary, and I'm so grateful we are being protected from this horrific misinformation. And I am so grateful that our sources of information are now going to be the people who told us Saddam had weapons of mass destruction. Yay! Now we can get our sources of information from people who said Russia is the reason Hillary lost. Yay! These people never lie about anything. I'm so glad. They didn't lie or misreport anything about the conflict in Syria. Yay! I'm so glad. Hold on. All right, sorry guys. So they're saying there's someone in the debate queue we're going to debate, but yeah, they're trying to say that he has ill intentions and that he's pleading for no more sanctions. So let's see what he actually said. Let's see what he actually said.
Нет никаких недобрых намерений в отношении наших соседей. И им бы посоветовал тоже не нагнетать ситуацию, не вводить никаких ограничений. Мы все свои обязательства выполняем и будем выполнять дальше. не видим здесь никакой необходимости ситуацию нагнетать или ухудшать наши отношения. И все наши действия, если они возникают исключительно всегда в ответ.
Wait. It sounds to me like what Putin's actually saying is, you guys better cut this bullshit or we're gonna retaliate. You know, because we've been kind of playing it nice for now as far as our economic relations are concerned. But we can make Europe freeze to death whenever we want, right? We're going to make those Europeans freeze. So work with us and stop doing this fucking bullshit. Stop aggravating the situation. Cut the malarkey. I don't think he's pleading with anyone. I mean, this is such like a... You know how... You guys used to see the fucking point? It's like, this is like reading Destiny's Reddit. This is like reading Destiny's Reddit. Like, where from what Putin's just said... are you getting the impression he's pleading with anyone? Where is the pleading? There's no pleading. It's a complete bullshit narrative spinning. But of course, Newsweek would never be a source of misinformation. Newsweek is totally allowed. It's not misinformation. It's not disinformation. It's just, you know, it's just, well, it's Western, so it's true, right? It's not RT, which is banned. Why are you yelling? We haven't taken Alaska yet. When Alaska comes back to us, then you will scream. Why is the red line Ukraine was not Estonia, Latvia? Because of the Volgograd Gap, mostly. Well, there's two reasons. Ukraine, historically, is it's Malorossiya, right? It's part of like Russia, right? Basically, more or less, historically. The Baltic countries are not even Slavs. The Latvians and Lithuanians, those aren't even Slavs. They're Baltic peoples. They're totally different. Completely different peoples. But mainly it's geostrategic. It's the Volgograd Gap, which is like vital to the existence of the Russian Federation. And any hostile power that occupies Ukraine puts Russia in a very, very, very vulnerable position. A very vulnerable position. Okay, we're going to drag some guy up from VC. Okay, we have a guy who's going to debate in VC, apparently, right? So let's drag this guy up. The fuck did you say? Show us how you look. Show us how you look, Zeke. Show us how you look.
Oh, I don't want to do that.
And anyone do it. So what do you want, little bitch?
I want to tell you that you're supporting criminal war.
Okay, go ahead. How am I supporting a criminal war?
Because the war in Ukraine is kind of illegal.
Okay, how is it illegal?
Because it's an invasion.
Okay, was Ukraine's violation of the Minsk Accords illegal?
You'll have to refresh me on that. I don't know what those are.
Okay, was the coup, the Maidan coup in 2014, was that illegal?
I thought that. Okay, so that was like the stuff with another leader. I don't even fucking know the history of this place. Like, all I remember about fucking Ukraine is that there was a war in 2014 when Russia invaded Crimea.
Do you know about how the government was illegally deposed in 2014 and they called it a revolution?
Okay, the government of Ukraine?
Yeah.
Okay. As far as I'm aware, okay, it does seem that there is like a lot of like murky shit with like, because like, didn't they have like an election and then they like refused the results or something? Or fuck, I don't.
There was widespread protests.
But like this stuff, man, like it doesn't really like, because after like the Russians kind of like, I don't know, like it doesn't really excuse like the military action, you know?
All right, well, the thing is that over 14,000 people have died as a result of the conflict in eastern Ukraine, the majority of whom are Russian speakers and ethnic Russians who would rather prefer to be part of Russia than Ukraine.
Okay. Maybe, but like, see, I just don't know if I really believe that, man, because like,
what part of it don't you believe?
I don't believe that Russian speakers that live in Ukraine would want to be part of Russia.
Well, the ones that live,
some of them,
the ones that live in
like
the rebel occupied territories certainly do.
Well, like, good for them, but like, I don't really think that's how countries are supposed to operate, you know? Like, I don't think that Russia can just like take territory because they feel like it.
Well, it's not that Russia's just taking territory. It's just that they are defending the people that.
How are they not, man?
Because
like, if
they're
pushing in with military forces.
Well, because they're defending the people within that territory to have the right to their own self-determination.
Okay, but if we like that like this is pretext to today when we have an active invasion where there's fucking missiles and shit. And people are dying. Like there are many, like hundreds of civilians that are dying, like right now because of the Russians' action.
Can you please provide the sources about the number of civilian casualties that are dying on a daily basis because of Russian shelling?
Let's see. I don't even fucking have anything because I just kind of like look at this shit like on combat footage, and I can kind of tell that people are fucking dying.
Well, I think people have been dying for 8 years. There have been over 14,000 who've died as a result of the conflict.
But like, there was like a definite uptick, you know, because I started looking at that forum like when this invasion started, and like the footage started rolling in like as soon as it started. Like,
are you talking about the Reddit forum?
Yeah, but like you can't really fake footage of jets that are like actually being like shot down. Like, it's impossible to fake it from that many angles, dude. Like,
all right, what is the widespread footage of Russian jets being shot down?
Well, it's not just jets being shot down. There's helicopters and also like Ukrainian jets and like tons of tanks.
Can you confirm the date of when those videos were taken? Can you confirm the conflict in which they were taken?
Most of them, yeah, they're time stamped for like last week.
Yeah, but you realize that there's footage from like the war in Syria. There's even like there's footage from conflicts around the world that are being passed off. I mean, there was even video game footage.
But Ukraine is not the same climate as Syria. Syria is, as far as I know, a desert.
And no, like Ukraine Syria is not all a desert. Okay, it has a desert in it.
It's also like closer to the ocean and like more like closer to the Mediterranean, closer to the equator.
But there's plenty of places in Syria where you're not going to see the Mediterranean.
That's fair, but I like the footage coming out of the Ukraine has been mainly like featuring places that are snow, which kind of makes sense for February in that latitude.
Hux donated 15.
Thanks, Hux. But so, okay, so because it's snow, can you show me what the footage that is exactly so I could see it myself?
Okay, sure. Well, there's
So-
like if you just like it, like sure, like the, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I should have like gotten a couple ready to be honest, but
Because I think you're really kind of blind to the level of misinformation that's going around about how there's
well, like,
footage.
I don't think that it's possible to like if okay.
I'm
like,
not saying the
like, let's
footage
think about,
is. I'm not
like,
saying
if-
the footage is CGI. I'm saying most of it is being mislabeled. Right? There's plenty of examples of footage from 2014 that's being passed off as from now. There's footage of
like,
Ukrainian
I think
jets.
that like a lot of like the cities can be verified, like they can be verified like as the place.
So
like,
show
and
show
plus, like,
me.
you had the map open earlier.
All right,
where,
okay.
like,
Here's what
like,
I'm gonna do for you.
Kharkov and
What
stuff.
I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go on combat footage now,
Okay.
and I'm gonna just scroll through examples. Is it called combat forum or combat footage? Okay, combat footage.
I can send you the link if you want.
All right, journalist takes 2 round into their body armor at checkpoint. Ukrainian IED. Ukrainian farmer was spotted carrying a Russian Tor M2. So, yeah, there's a lot of this footage of these farmer vehicles that are towing what is supposedly Russian equipment. But then upon further confirmation, we find out that it's not Russian vehicles, it's not Russian equipment, it's actually Ukrainian. Right? Ukrainian.
But like why? But like
so there's clearly
doesn't that seem-
there's
but,
clearly
like,
a
why would
methodical
so many
campaign.
people be recording videos then? Like,
Well, because they're
and
trying
what-
to portray
are vi-
an operational and logistical disaster for Russia.
Well, okay, maybe that's true, but like you like there's some pretty bad videos, man, like of civilians being shot at and stuff. Like
Which
this
ones
is-
in particular?
Well, there's like plenty. Like if you just take a look, and like I'm just saying that like what is the reason for this conflict? Like why does this have to happen? Why does this have to happen in such like a large scale?
What do you mean? Why does this have to happen in such a large scale? I mean, yeah, they're showing footage of FSA rebels in 2015. It has to happen at a large scale because Russia has tried to settle this matter as peacefully as possible. So it's going to achieve 3 aims, right? It's going to make sure Ukraine
So they're conducting like the special military operation then, right?
Yeah, they're going to make
Okay.
sure Ukraine.
And is it a very large scale special military operation?
What relative to what? I mean, relative to
Like
the,
is like 100,000 100,000 soldiers like.
There have been estimates from 90,000 to 190,000. I don't know how many of those are confirmed. Now I could try to look up official.
Didn't America only ever have like 100,000 in like how many did America have in Afghanistan during that whole fucking debacle?
The thing is, the amount of troops on the ground are not going to be comparable. When
Dude, I feel like you don't understand the nature of conflict. Like the more soldiers
Okay.
there are on the ground, the more fucking people are gonna die. It's just a fact.
No, not necessarily.
Why
Soldiers,
not? Because they're not gonna shoot more bullets.
soldiers on the ground are not just there to shoot bullets,
They're
but
there to secure territory and fight and engage other soldiers.
they're
which
also
involves
there to
shooting
operate
bullets.
machinery. They're also there to carry supplies and offer medical. There's a lot of things soldiers are there for. They're also there to do evacuations and all sorts of kind of things. But I think what you don't understand here.
The main thing that soldiers have to do, like the most difficult task, I would argue, is probably the killing. Like that's the thing that
No,
most people
if you
tend to
just
avoid
no,
and
no.
ignore.
If
because
you
they're a bunch
want
of
if you
liberals.
want to just kill, then all you have to do is maintain air superiority and basically just bomb the shit out of the country with your air force
or use like
or
long range
drones.
artillery or rockets that are kind of like or just indiscriminately.
Yeah,
fire.
but that's not Russia's goal. Russia also wants to capture this territory intact, which is why it needs soldiers
But
on the ground.
But didn't they also capture other
It's
territories?
I'll explain it to you. If you want to
in
know why
Syria?
there's so many Russian soldiers compared to the war in Iraq, it's because Russia borders Ukraine. That's an important context. The second thing, though, is that this is a police operation where they're sending soldiers to temporarily occupy these parts of Ukraine and maintain the peace. But in terms of how large scale this is compared
I
to the
don't think
Iraq
that
war, it's not very large at all, right?
But the framing doesn't really make sense though, because this is a sovereign nation, right? That has fair and established borders, and it's a country that exists. And what if other soldiers just roll in? What do you call that?
Well, a country has fair and sovereign borders only insofar as that it has a fair and sovereign government. And when you have a coup in a country, that it's going to upset the status quo, and people are going to want to secede in certain territories. And you can't say those people don't have a right to, because by that same logic, nobody had a right to depose Yanukovych in the Maidan coup in 2014, right? So when you have these coups, you're going to have people who want to secede, and it's going to be just as legal or illegal as the coup.
I'm from Canada, man. The people in fucking Alberta wanted to secede. Texas wants to secede from the Union. Just because people want to secede doesn't mean that it's necessarily the best thing for
right.
a stable situation.
People usually don't have a right to secede because it's illegal, right? And the basis of
kind of stupid.
Well, no, it's because it's illegal, right? And it violates the sovereignty of a country.
No, man, because if you break apart borders with the country that you exist in, you kind of that country is protecting you with its military. So if you do that, then all of a sudden you have to fund your own military and organize your own.
I don't think that's a problem or that's relevant for the people in the Donbass.
Because the Russians are doing it for them?
What?
Well, isn't that the purpose of this special military operation, to police the region and effectively establish it under Russia's rule?
Russian rule will basically only amount to three things. Ukraine.
I'm just saying, man. There's a precedent for this. Russia likes to do this. They like to invade other countries.
Yeah, I think you're not. Hold on. Let's
because they're stuck in the past.
Issue is that the devils. Okay,
just like you are, man.
Just so this is actually a problem. This is actually a problem I encountered last night in my debate. Is that it seems like your side is not. You don't care about actual details. You just want to paint a broad brush and roll with it, right?
Well, okay. Well, yeah, because well, I don't know, man.
Because when you think
it sounds a little bit like what you're doing, because you're kind of glossing over civilian deaths and asking for,
the thing is
detail.
Okay, yeah, but the problem is that there's only three things Russia wants to accomplish. It wants to remove all foreign weaponry from Ukraine's soil that poses a threat to Russia. It wants to guarantee Ukraine's neutrality, and finally, it wants to stop the anti-Russian activities of the Ukrainian government, which amount to attacks against the people in the attacks against the people in the Donbass, things like the banning of the Russian language from schools, etc., etc. So those are Russia's terms and conditions. As far as Ukraine's ability to exercise self-determination is concerned, Russia has no intentions of violating that. Their interest is primarily geopolitical and not related to the internal governance of Ukraine.
Well, I mean, they're kind of violating it there right now by trying to push Ukrainians out of.
Yeah, but the problem is that Ukraine is violating the balance of security and Russia's security in Europe geopolitically with its talks of joining NATO and developing nuclear weapons.
This, I feel is actually just some sort of weird ass USSR revival theory that people want, that some Russians, very radical Russians, want to do because they feel it'll bring their nation greatness or something. It's
Russia is destined for greatness because it is a great power and always has been. It is one of the world's only great powers.
Why do they have to invade Georgia and shit?
Because when it comes to the Georgia invasion or the Ukraine invasion, you have to understand that a lot of people have this wrong view of the aftermath of the breakup of the USSR, that this has settled everything. All the territorial, ethnographic, and all these kind of things have been settled, and that it is what it is. And it's
I
not true.
understand that like there might still be like a little bit
Like
of
in
like
Georgia,
turmoil,
in
but,
Georgia,
like,
it wasn't
but
Russia who was just
I kind
invading.
of feel like this might just be like framing so that Russia can like make excuses to invade places for territory.
Okay,
Like, that's
so
what
why do
I
you
feel
think
like they're not
Russia?
actually being antagonized by NATO.
Okay,
I
okay.
think they
Why
just
does
wanna, like,
Russia?
feel like
Sure,
they
sure,
are,
sure,
so
sure.
that they can feel like they're justified to
Okay,
invade
sure.
places
So why does Russia need this territory?
because it has a lot of oil.
So do you think the Russians are short on oil? Why do Russians need more oil than they have now?
Why does well, more oil is always better.
Yeah, the problem with making an economic argument is that what Russia has done has actually harmed it
Well, and
economically.
plus, like, you know that Ukrainians, like the Ukraine actually, Ukraine actually, like, they have like a bit of, I guess they do have a bit of like an adversarial relationship, maybe, but like, I don't know, because like Russia has like a bad history. Like my family's Polish, so like they understood this well, like just as well, because like in the 80s there was like a state of war declared, and they thought that they were going to be invaded, just like this.
Okay, but I don't know what's I think there's a lot of there's a problem with a lot of people who are just trying to say Russia is the USSR when it's not.
Well, I think they're,
Russia had
I
to
think
pay
they're not. But
Russia
like I
had to
feel
pay
like
all of
maybe
the USSR's.
some of their leadership has like really like fantastical visions of the past, and feels like if they revive that past, then they can, you know, like help Russia like achieve greater visions of
What
greatness.
you have to
Or like more,
understand is
or,
that
I don't know, or it
Ru-
just kind of in a way it kind of just seems like this like dominance struggle, like they feel like they're being dominated by NATO.
yeah,
And they,
but the problem
like
is you
what
have to start thinking rationally about it and start asking yourself, why is Russia doing what it's doing?
uh I mean, I think pretty like I honestly think that like, you know, they think that they're a bigger that like because they're a bigger force in the world, that they can just, you know, come down on a smaller force that doesn't have the protection of NATO and just stick the middle finger to the West and laugh it off.
Why didn't they invade the Central Asian republics or Armenia or Azerbaijan? Why not invade those countries? Because those are
Um
countries are not in NATO.
well, I don't know, because like it's tricky because they were afraid of sanctions, probably like these ones that they're getting smashed with now, because that's what happens when you declare war on
So
other
why
countries.
would they do it to
Like
Ukraine?
that's because uh, because this has been like an ongoing conflict since 2014, and this is just like an escalation in that conflict.
So do you think Russia has any legitimate or rational reason for its special military operation in Ukraine?
Not in a modern world, no.
So they're just doing it based on completely irrational motivations.
It kind of seems like it, man, because like when you look at like the bulk of the footage, it seems to show like a lot of these people are like a lot of the soldiers are like conscripts that were lied to, and they were told that they were just going to be like, you know, walking into this place and like treated like
Where have
heroes
you
and
seen
given flowers.
evidence? Yeah, where have you seen
That's on
evidence of
combat
that?
footage if you want to check it out, or Ukraine War Report.
So, yeah, can you just show me the specific evidence that soldiers were in Ukraine thinking it was going to be different?
Well, here's this one's actually pretty perfect. Uh, because basically, like nobody, like think about this, man. Like, who wants to go fight a war? Like, what? Think about it from the Russian soldiers' perspective. Like, why would they be? Who the hell wants to go and fight and die for what? Like, why? What? Like,
I don't think the thing is, I don't
like
think
to what? To denazify this place?
I think you're making it seem like this is like the Vietnam War where there's a lot of casualties on the Russian side, but the Russian State Duma is reporting at most
Well, because the
half a
problem is,
thousand.
man, like this is just like the nature of conflict. Like you need high morale, you need a good reason to
All
want
right.
to invade,
Well,
and you
don't
need
you
to
think
tell your
that
people about it.
Well,
And they
I
haven't
don't
really
see how
done it.
morale would be a problem for the Russian side.
Well,
when
they're protesting and shit. They're like throwing their people in prison for protesting. Like that's why
Don't
they
you
can't
think
even
that's
call
kind
it
of
a
like
war.
a pretty like broad brush narrative that's not representative of the details of the facts? Like, if there are some protests happening in Russia, does that really demonstrate any widespread discontent, or are
Okay,
you
but
just
if there are protests happening and
okay?
people are
Let me
being
ask you
thrown in
something.
prison,
Okay,
does
as a
does that
person,
indicate that the country might not be like, you know, so willing to
the problem
accept
is that you have to know whether
dissent?
that's marginal, relatively marginal, somewhat common, common, very common, or extremely common. And that's going to define its relevance, right? I mean, there's someone in America who just got arrested and thrown in jail for streaking in the local Walmart while wearing
But
a
like, I think
horse
that like
mask and
the
just
fact
running around
like we
Walmart
have
with
like
their
mobile
dick hanging
phones that
out.
have like mobile phones have kind of changed the face of the planet, man. Because
Okay,
like
yeah,
we have phones that can upload video.
sure.
So like this is something that people have never
Oh, okay,
had
okay,
before.
okay. So let me ask you a question. As someone who you have to admit, as someone whose very impression of the events is very much affected by the widespread sharing of images and videos attached to certain narratives.
Well,
Don't hold on,
videos,
hold on, hold on. Let me
that's
finish.
just
Let me
like
finish.
what
Let me
but
finish.
it's just one part of my like
Yeah, yeah,
view
yeah.
that
As someone who's very affected by the
I'm not
widespread.
very affected. That's a misrepresentation.
No, I
I'm
think
only
because
slightly
all of the things you're telling me are based on like astroturfed
well, like think
images
about like
attached to narratives.
what, but like
But I have
why
to ask
would
you a
we be
question.
why would we be
Okay,
invading them?
if we assume that
Like,
the
what's
majority
the
of human
purpose of the
beings,
special military
hold on, if you
operation?
assume that the majority of human beings, due to our monkey brain, right? We have monkey brains. Majority of human beings probably think like you do, where their impression of the events is going to be based on the images and videos that are shared the most, that are attached to the most narratives, right? Don't you think it kind of makes it very easy for people like you to get manipulated as far as what the truth is? All it
No,
really
I
takes
think
is
that
someone sharing an
like
image and
the
putting a
fact
title on the image,
okay,
and your entire impression about the
how are
conflict is
these
going to be
images
changed.
created? How
What's
are they
that?
created? How are the images created?
I'm not saying the images are fake. I'm saying they're being mislabeled.
Okay, but if there is
But
a
some are
larger
fake.
number of
Some are
them,
actually from video
if
games.
there is a larger number of them being created in a shorter amount of time, what does that indicate?
The issue is that a lot of these images are not being created. They're just being dug up from other conflicts or being taken out of context.
Well, that doesn't seem like the truth because like there's a lot of new ones and like they all have like the Z and like
Yeah,
V
I can
and
show you an example of
like the
of a
Z like the
photoshopped
Z
video
are
where a
Z
Z. Okay,
grading.
I want you to look at my stream right now because I just want you to see this.
I don't want to fucking look at your chat
Yeah,
because it
go
doesn't
ahead. You don't have to look at my
fucking
chat, but I just want you to look at my screen because I'm going to show you something.
okay.
Because I think this is, honestly, if you're going to be honest here, you have to admit this is kind of mind blowing, right? You're probably going to be a little surprised by this. So you just
Okay,
mentioned
but
to me
like
the
but like
Z,
okay,
right?
but like
I just want to show you how easy it is
I thought
to.
you were like a communist though, man. Like how can you
All
support
right,
this
wait.
war if these
One
people
thing.
are like
Okay,
the
one
fucking
thing.
richest people on the planet?
So one thing at a time. I just want to show you
Debunking.
how easy it is to doctor footage. So this is footage from 2014.
I feel
And
like
it does not have a Z. Now, this is footage that is claimed to be recent with a Z that is photoshopped onto it, right? And if you think that's a one-off, here's another one, right? This is what
okay, but
appears to
like
be an
what about
APC
the Rush?
vehicle.
Did you okay?
Here it is,
Okay,
another one.
if I have your
This
stream
is
open,
hold on.
can we
This
watch
is
the
hold on.
Can
This
we
is
watch the
again.
Russian soldiers being interviewed?
This is footage from 2014. Again,
Or
a Z is photoshopped onto the footage to make it appear as if it's Russian. And there's examples of Ukrainian flags being doctored out and replaced with Z's. There's other examples of this I could show you. But I think you already get the idea.
okay, but like I don't think that just because it happens a couple times that it means that it's happening on a large enough
The issue is
scale.
that this isn't
Like
just
what
a...
does that okay, but
Well,
like what
there's
does
two
that really
things.
mean?
There's two things.
Like
These, we don't know if
like
it's just...
so are you just trying to tell me that like this conflict isn't as actually bad as I believe because there aren't civilians dying? And
No,
because,
there
like,
there definitely
isn't-
are. There
and
definitely
isn't,
are
like,
civilians
a large
dying.
number of people that are fucking fleeing.
Okay,
to
I'll
neighboring
give you an
countries.
example of why it's hard to talk about this. Obviously, there are civilians dying, But for example, the guy Dylan Burns claimed that
Okay,
Russians.
so why did the civilians have to die?
The guy Dylan Burns claimed that Russians killed.
If the Russians invaded, would the civilians have died?
Yes, because civilians are dying every day in the
wouldn't.
conflict in the Donbass. Yeah.
No, they wouldn't.
Yes, they would have.
Not at this scale.
Okay. Anyway, Russia's been very careful to do the best
at
it
this
can
scale.
to avoid civilian
Why?
casualties.
What caused the evacuation then? Like why?
Russia
why are
led the
hundreds of thousands of
evacuation.
people?
Russia is the one that
Hey, but, like,
established.
if you don't think that there's like an uptick in this conflict, then like why?
Okay,
why did
you
like
want to
hundreds of
ascribe
thousands of people
Russia
flee to Poland?
responsibility for the civilian casualties, right?
And well, yeah, because they're the instigators of the conflict.
That's not true. They're not the instigators of the conflict.
I feel like that's just like framed.
The instigators of the conflict
they want to feel justified.
The instigators of the conflict are
Like
the
nobody,
ones.
Okay,
Okay,
this is like
I want to
like Hitler talking about the Jews and
Okay,
saying that
sure.
the Jews. Yeah, dude.
So
honestly,
I want to share. I don't want to. I would rather share facts with you. Okay, so right before the uptick of ceasefire violations in the Donbass in the past few months, I think it was in February or January, the U.S. recalled all of its OSCE observers from Eastern Ukraine, who would have been able to tell us who started those. So why would the U.S. recall all of its observers from the
but,
OSCE?
like, I
Now,
don't
the
know,
other thing, they recalled
they
all of
felt-
their observers from the
because
Eastern
Trump
Ukraine.
doesn't get because wasn't that like weren't those the years that Trump was in office or?
No, this was from last month.
Oh.
The other thing is that, according to the State Duma of the Russian Federation, and I don't know why they would lie about this now, they had intelligence from the GRU, which was on the ground, like minute by minute, observing the enemy's actions, and they were saying that their invasion happened one day before the scheduled invasion by the Ukrainian army to go into the Donbass occupied territories. Now, you can say that we have no reason to believe that, but it actually does line up scarily. It does line up with what people in Eastern Ukraine were saying, like Russell Bentley, who was predicting this for a long time. So it's just it just eerily lines up with what they were saying on the ground, and also what people were telling me in Eastern Ukraine that I know personally.
Okay,
So
so how many Ukrainian soldiers have died?
not nearly as much civilians that have died that were victims of the Ukrainian military.
Okay, but like, what's the number? Like, if a lot of people die in like, okay, it's been like a week of fighting, and how many?
I
people
honestly
died?
don't know, because I'll tell you why it's such like a weird misreporting that's going on. Ukraine claimed as of yesterday that there are 9,000 Russian casualties. Russia's only claiming 500 on its part. Okay, so someone's wrong, obviously, about this. It's just who's wrong, right?
Because the Russians have mobile crematories and they burn the bodies so that.
Can
they
you
can't
give
come
me
to
evidence of the mobile crematoriums? Because the ones that I was shown were actually trash incinerators that were not mobile crematoriums at all. Now, Vosh also shared that fake news, which was completely debunked. And it's actually one of the biggest examples of misinformation and disinformation
who is it from?
around the conflict.
Who is it from? Am I looking at
It
it
was
right
being shared on Twitter.
now?
And it was a trash incinerator.
I just pulled one.
And the sad thing is that the photo of the alleged mobile crematorium.
I feel like you're kind of having like a bit of a like.
Hold on, but this is what's sad. The photo that Voss shared of the so-called mobile crematorium was literally the original one. Literally had a trash bag filled with trash on it that was photoshopped out. They didn't even have time to find one that didn't have a trash bag on it.
Shit is actually happening and you're just wrong.
I mean, we could go through the evidence if you want. Guys, yeah, link the photo in fact-checking so I could show him. Link the photo of that trash crematorium so I could show him. Okay, yeah. So this is the so-called chilling footage of the crematorium that supposedly could be used for Russian soldiers. Now, this is literally a garbage truck, right? Let me show you the chilling footage.
Because that's like a fucking. They're using garbage to illustrate how it like evaporates matter.
Yeah, I just don't see why they would use it for that.
Because they don't want to document the deaths.
Yeah, but it's kind of convenient that Ukraine can claim all of these casualties and then they can explain it away by showing a random video. And this is not even from the combat. This is
not the only reason why.
I don't even know if this is from
why,
Ukraine.
man,
Hold on.
is
I don't
because-
even know if this is from Ukraine.
Okay, all right. I feel like you're just like being way too like
So,
giving way too much.
The origination of these rumors is that Defense Secretary Ben Wallace suggests Russia
I don't know
could
why you
use
support
these.
these people, man. They're like rich as hell. Like, aren't you
I
supposed to be
mean,
a
do you
communist?
really believe that this is
They're
literally
like
a
the richest, most powerful
This is
people on the
this a
fucking
body
planet.
to you? I mean, this is just a trash bag.
Did you fucking not hear me when I said it earlier? Like, it's about
If I was
showing
a
how it
soldier
can
and knew that my
evaporate
generals
matter.
had so little
It's
faith
about,
in me,
like, getting the fucking flames hot enough so you can burn a corpse.
yeah, but it's literally not used for that.
I don't. Well, why couldn't it be? That looks like about
on.
like.
But don't you think the
enough for
temperatures
space
to
for, like, a couple
incinerate?
bodies?
Hold on. Don't you
could,
think
like,
that
burn
hold
like
on.
maybe like 3 or 4?
Don't
Maybe-
you think the
maybe, like, 10 if you
temperatures?
stack
Hold on.
them,
First of all,
like,
the
double.
video. Hold on. The video is from 2013, and also, don't you think the temperatures to incinerate a human body are very different?
This looks like because it looks like to incinerate garbage. Well, like it depends. Like it looks.
Well, that's
like
what it's meant for.
Well,
and there's no footage of these following any of the Russian convoys or platoons. Or I mean, like, why are you even bringing these up? I don't even know why anyone brought these up. All this started because someone shared a photoshopped image of this like photo without the garbage bag and said Russians were using it as a mobile crematorium. It's like, why? You know?
Because they don't want to. They don't want people.
No, I
to
mean,
be
why?
worried
What
about
a random thing to make up.
I don't know.
I mean, I'm surprised they didn't say that Russians are just throwing Ukrainian babies in here or something. Like, there's a lot you could
feel like
really.
they're operating, like,
I'm
on a
surprised they
level
didn't say that.
like-
You know, I'm surprised they didn't say that this is like a mobile nuclear weapon because most people would be
I feel like
stupid enough.
You're just like doubt, but like yeah.
Honestly, I think if combat footage shared this and said Russia has a mobile nuclear weapon and they're planning on blowing up the world, you would believe it because you don't even know what this is. I don't even know what this is, right? But I think you would believe it.
Well, hey, look at the fucking like steel pad is designed for bodies.
It's it's really not. The thing is, it's really not. This is from 2013 and it's a trash incinerator. It is absolutely not designed for bodies. It is literally for garbage, okay?
Well, I'm saying that like I heard reports of the mobile crematoriums.
I'm
before I
not
said-
doubting you heard the reports, but I'm pretty sure you were being lied to. And
I feel like you're just like doubting like the escalation of this conflict because like you want Russia to be able to have the justification to invade.
I'm not
Like, you don't-
doubting
and
the
you don't actually
escalation.
care how many people fucking die.
Yeah,
You don't.
I am absolutely not doubting the escalation of the conflict. I am doubting that Russia has mobile crematoriums that are following it around.
That's like the biggest cope of all time. Like, so, what?
Alright, we
that
can
still doesn't
actually-
it still doesn't tell me why. Like,
Would you
Russia's
like to
justified for
buy
this
the
invasion.
mobile crematorium yourself?
Would you like to
Because-
tell me why the invasion happened?
Well, we can buy this actually. We can buy the mobile crematorium. They're calling it a mobile
Do you-
incinerator.
like, do
They're
you- do you,
lying.
like,
This
do-
is
do you,
well,
do you like do you did like is the reason why like you
well, listen.
like-
This is a Russian propaganda
do you
website.
like
Yeah, this
do
is
you just,
called
like-
India. This is called India Mart, and it's a Russian infiltration of India. And they're lying and saying it's for domestic waste when it's actually for the bodies of fallen soldiers.
I feel like this is like the smallest little thing, and like you're kind of missing the overall point.
All right, what is, because this is my problem, is that overall points are being portrayed and overall narratives
the
are being
overall
made.
point is that there's no justification for an invasion, and you can't address that.
All right,
you just give it
if
away.
you want to debate about that,
did,
we
you could
can.
fucking debate
The
with
problem is that these overall points are being made with a lot of small lies. So you have a big lie that's based in a lot of small lies, and it's like it just seems like you're trying.
You want to side with Russia because you have like this hard on for the USSR.
You can speculate about the reasons about why I'm so sympathetic to Russia, but I'm trying to actually at least pretend to be impartial about how I'm reporting on it.
Do you call yourself a communist?
Yeah.
Then why do you support like these oligarchs?
Which oligarchs in particular do you have in mind?
The Russian ones that are waging this war, like Vladimir Putin. Why do you fucking say that he's
Vladimir Putin an oligarch himself now?
Yeah, he is, because he's fucking rich as hell. Well, not anymore because of the sanctions.
Yeah, do you have any evidence?
Why do you support this war that's getting people killed?
Do you have any evidence of Vladimir Putin?
It's really like fucking disgusting.
Do you have any evidence of Vladimir Putin's personal wealth?
Do I? Jesus Christ! This is like you're like Alex Jones of the left.
I'm just asking you.
He's the fucking leader of the country.
I'm just asking you for evidence of his personal wealth.
You gonna make me Google some shit?
Go ahead, please.
Well, so you like aren't addressing the point. Like, what's the point of this war? Why do you support these people?
Why do I support Russians?
Well, why do you support a war that's getting civilians killed?
Why do I support civilians being killed? I don't.
Well, then why do you support the Russians going in?
It's not that I have to support the Russians going in. I just don't think they're in the wrong for doing so.
They're in the wrong for doing so because the civilians are dying. If they didn't go in, the civilians wouldn't be dead.
Yeah, I think
these are people with families.
There have been over 14,000 deaths in the Donbass. So yeah, I think they're actually, and also
that's nothing compared to what's
been also hold on. That's also nothing. That's nothing compared to.
Say, can you provide evidence? And it's not actually as much as you say.
Okay, that's also nothing compared.
Because I refuse to believe that fucking Daddy Putin could do anything bad.
Yeah, but that's nothing compared to the amount of civilian lives that are endangered by the expansion of NATO into Ukraine.
Which
very much increases the likelihood.
The expansion of NATO. And the heightening of security, and fucking Ukraine gave up their nukes so that they wouldn't get invaded, and this is what happens.
No, it's not why they gave up their nukes.
Yeah, why did they give up their fucking nukes then? To decrease the threat of nuclear war? Like you don't understand the reality of any of this shit. You just live on the internet. Like you don't understand that real people are fucking dying. I can't believe you.
Yeah, but the thing is that
you're a complete dumb fuck. Like I cannot believe
I think you're getting a little emotional here.
Like because real people are fucking dying, you idiot. Like this is a real fucking war, and you're defending it because you're just a fucking dumb fuck ape that supports USSR.
That's I think the issue is that the amount of civilians.
You're a meathead dumb fuck that doesn't understand anything about the real world.
But the amount of civilians that would be endangered by the increase of NATO.
This is fucking copium. The amount of civilians that are dead because of this is fucking way higher than any fucking hypothetical.
Are you sure? So if, let's say, Ukraine...
Am I sure? I have the fucking numbers to prove it.
Okay, sure.
You're just gonna disbelieve it because you're so subverted by this bullshit Putin asshole. God damn it.
Alright, let's say...
Fucking KGB did a number on your skull.
Let's say Ukraine joins NATO, and then Ukraine decides, you know what, since we don't recognize Russia's claim to Crimea, we're gonna retake Crimea and start a war with Russia.
Because
don't you kind of think that would lead to more
because Russia didn't have a legitimate claim, you dumbass. Just because people want to secede doesn't mean that increases? Join the fucking nation of another country because they fucking feel like it.
Yeah, but don't you think that's a source?
They can't just send in troops.
Don't you think that's a major source of security?
After the fact.
Don't you think that's a major source of concern
You don't
as
know
far as
anything.
the security
You
of
don't know
Russia
anything.
and Ukraine is concerned?
You're just like regurgitating these fucking talking points.
You're kind
because
of
you think it makes you sound effective.
you kind of sound like Destiny right now, where you're getting a little emotional and kind of getting a little upset. Are you okay?
Do you know that real people are dying, and I have a right to be emotional because real people are fucking losing their lives for this bullshit, and you're defending it?
It seems like you're a bit
You're a
selective
coward and a
about your
disgusting fucking
emotions.
piece of shit.
But you don't care about the 14,000 that have died
You
in the
know,
Donbass.
I do care about that because I think that Russia didn't
But you
have
were
the right to
never
invade
upset
that
about
either.
Ukraine's
Russia
aggression
didn't have the
against
right.
the Donbass.
Oh, Russia didn't have the right to invade the fucking Donbass or whatever.
Russia
the fuck.
didn't invade the Donbass. The Donbass was
Yeah,
already occupied.
they just like took in. They just like rolled in with troops and didn't tell anybody.
They provided military assistance to rebels who are already holding that territory.
Oh yeah. So what? We're gonna go back to like fucking feudal ages and have little rebellions?
I don't
And then,
think
like, just
rebellions
secede?
are unique to feudal times. I think there's plenty of
I
examples
think
of
they're
modern.
pretty fucking stupid in an age with military weapons.
People are saying you're Adam something. Is that true?
No, I'm not.
You're not Adam something?
No. I just have family in Poland that are actually experiencing this shit up close, and I think I have a fucking like a stronger grip on reality than you do.
Okay, but I don't think you cared until it wasn't only Russians who were being caught in the crossfire of this conflict.
I think that's copium, and I think that you're just making excuses for the fucking.
All right,
Crimean
what do you mean
occupation.
that it's copium? What is
You're
your
just
argument?
making it. You're making excuses for Russian aggression. That's what you're
Don't
doing.
you think you're arguing in a kind of irrational way? Like I'm
No,
trying.
I think I'm arguing in a way that like just like that's actually pretty realistic.
I
Like,
think you're just
I
more.
think that Russia actually just like wants to expand because they
Yeah.
they like. To be
I get that you're
authoritarian.
really
They don't
committed
like
to a
be democratic.
narrative, right? I really get that you're committed to your narrative, but we're
Like,
here to debate about whether it's true or not. And it seems like every time I make an argument,
That's like the biggest projection I've ever fucking heard. Like you're the one that's like committed to this narrative that Russia isn't doing anything bad and that
Yeah, but the difference is
nobody's protesting the war. You
but
guys.
I'm backing up my
Nobody's
narrative.
being in prison. Russia doesn't throw their opposition in prison. They don't throw journalists in jail. They don't do anything authoritarian. They're the nicest place to live.
Do you want to know about the journalists who were
Why
either
don't you live
silenced?
in Russia if you love it so much?
You want to know about the journalists who were silenced or disappeared in Ukraine?
Is like how many? How many were there?
A good many after the Maidan.
Does it compare?
Do you want to
to
know
the
about
number
how
in
the
Russia?
U.S. embassy expressed support for the way
This
Zelensky?
is like why can't
Wait,
you like
Zelensky shut
like, why
down
don't you actually,
opposition
like,
media
listen to
as
what I
early as
say
February
and, like,
3rd.
try to understand
Zelensky
it.
shut down the
Try to-
opposition media.
Try to like understand that you're wrong, that you might be
So
wrong.
I'm assuming you're from Destiny's community, right? Yeah, you are. So given how you're like behaving so irrationally, if I were to just start interrupting you, okay? Yeah. If I were to just start,
these fucking like random ass fucking copium excuses.
okay,
for
sure.
why Russia's
I know you're
justified.
from the pedo DGG community. That's okay. But if I were to
I'm a like okay, they actually all hate me there because I'm a fucking further lefty than you.
okay, sure. But given the like how irrational you're behaving,
They do hate me
if I were to
because I'm a
start
fucking
doing what
communist.
you're doing,
I'm a better communist than you.
yeah. If I were,
because you support fucking Russian oligarchs. You're not a communist. You just pretend to be.
yeah, you're acting like how Destiny did last night. But if I were to start, like,
okay, like you're just and now you're gonna try to like, oh, okay, so now
I think I have to mute you.
This is
because
like this. Is
I
like
just
a-
have to get this
okay.
in. Okay,
Yeah.
I muted him. So he left. Okay, he left as soon as I muted him. What I was gonna say is, if I started like interrupting him and getting closer to the mic and like talking over him and shit, everyone would accuse me of being an unhinged ape who's just screaming and yelling the whole time, right? So it's kind of crazy. Like, believe it or not, but this is exactly how Destiny behaved last night. Like, he kept trying to interrupt. He kept resorting to name calling. He was just behaving in such an irrational way. And then when I retaliate, I'm the only one who gets accused of being a unhinged ape or whatever, like by his whole pedo community. So I just want to show you guys like the kind of hypocrisy we're dealing with when it comes to these people. Like, they cannot have a rational debate about this. Like, they literally have to constantly interrupt you. They can't actually, like, rationally talk about it. Yeah, I know they invaded the modern day debate comments and shit. I know about that. Anyway, yeah, it's a good example of that. You blew it? Yeah, this is another guy coping. So, Dangle Dirty, you want to get in my VC too? Because I want to see if you can rationally do it. Why did Russia violate Minsk 2? First of all, Russia could never have violated Minsk 2. A, it didn't. But B, it couldn't have because it was not a signatory to Minsk 2. That was between the leaders of the Donetsk and Lugansk republics and the Ukrainian government. They were the ones who signed that. Russia was not a member of those agreements. Yeah, his reason for invasion is funny. It is funny. Did you see reports from Fox soldiers shooting a father in front of his son? There's a video. No, I didn't. And we cannot say anything until we confirm. Everything has to be confirmed. The reason I follow ASB is because they seem unbiased to me because it's like they won't confirm things that are pro-Russian until it's confirmed. And they also won't confirm things that make Ukraine look bad unless it's confirmed. And they've retracted statements. They're like, okay, we thought this was confirmed. It's not. So yeah, I mean, they just won't do that, you know?
Based.
6 months.
Thank you, HEG. Appreciate you. Your charity to that dude won't go unnoticed. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, I'm just looking at a lot of bullshit. Have you introduced you? The problem is that most media will control what pictures or videos are disseminated. Well, that's the thing, is that we are especially handicapped because now Russia Today is banned, and presumably it's banned also from Twitch, right? So that's the thing. We don't, there's just kind of this blackout where there's not really an ability to get any type of like other perspectives, commentary on the origin of footage. And it's also harder to report what the Russian government is saying. Whether you think they're lying or not, I mean, it's important to know what they're saying. Minsk 2 was signed by Russian ambassador Mikhail Zubarov. Russia never pulled out of Ukraine after the 2014 occupation, has left troops in Donbass since, violation of the agreement. I think that Russia has denied being a signatory to the Minsk agreement. Russia-Minsk agreement.
As Russia launched a
Okay, we're gonna get this.
As Russia launched a full-scale military invasion of Ukraine this week, President Vladimir Putin officially recognized the Donetsk People's Republic and the Lugansk People's Republic as independent.
So, the Ukrainian government never expressed any intention to implement the Minsk agreements and said that their implementation would lead to the destruction of Ukraine as a country. Did you see the based Australian kid who asked these TV hosts some questions about Ukraine and those got emotional? Please share it in the fact-checking part of the Discord or DM it to me on the Twitch Whispers. They're a signatory to the agreement but not a party to the conflict. Didn't Lavrov deny Russia was part of Minsk?
States, and he said that the Minsk agreement no longer exists. On Today I Learned with the Print, we're going to talk against borders with
I just remember Lavrov saying that Russia was not a party to the Minsk agreements.
pro-Russian separatists. However, in light of multiple ceasefire violations alleged by both sides, a revised Minsk agreement was signed on 12 February 2015, containing 13 points.
Couldn't sign as an observer but not bound to it. I think it was something like that it was an observer, but it wasn't bound by the Minsk agreements.
The agreement included an indefinite ceasefire, pulling out of heavy weaponry on both sides.
So let me actually try and find the origin of that, because Yeah, it says here on the Wikipedia the Russian ambassador did sign it. But why did Lavrov deny that Russia was a member of the agreement? Hold on, but Russia did not violate the Minsk agreements because pulling out of Crimea was not part of the Minsk agreements. Moreover, Ukraine never took any steps to show any willingness to implement them. Russia's the one who wanted to implement them. They left people in eastern Ukraine because Ukraine was not actually implementing the Minsk agreements. And if you want proof of this, here, Cacophone, I just want you to use you as a sacrificial lamb. Because there's multiple examples. So you can run back to DGG and show them how, rationally speaking, you got blown the fuck out and absolutely destroyed. You can't just say I yelled at you or I was irrational or whatever nonsensical. Here's proof that Ukrainian President Zelensky incriminates the Minsk agreement itself as complicit. Yeah, Minsk 1 and 2 is an agreement between Ukraine and Russian separatists, not an agreement with Russia. That's what I was trying to say. Russia was not a party to the Minsk agreements. That's the word. It's not a party. It was a signatory, but it was not a party to the agreement. Okay, that was between Ukraine and the rebels. But moreover, Zelensky claims the Minsk agreement itself is complicit. We're going to check that in a second. I just want to show you a final thing, because not a lot of people know this. Not a lot of people know about the fact, actually, that here, in January 2022, Alexei Danilov, Secretary of Ukraine's National Security and Defense Council, said, the fulfillment of the Minsk agreement means the country's destruction. When they were signed under the Russian gun barrel and the German and the French watched, it was clear for all rational people that it's impossible to implement those documents. So despite signing the Minsk agreements, Ukraine did not express any willingness. Why did Russia violate the 1994 Budapest Memorandum? Even if it's true that Russia violated the Budapest Memorandum, the Budapest Memorandum is nullified because of the US's sanctions against Belarus in 2013, as well as the Maidan coup, which also can be interpreted as a form of violation of the Budapest Memorandum. Remember, the Budapest Memorandum did not only apply to Russia, it also applied to the US. So that's not true. Why would they allow a Russian puppet states made out of their territory? Have you read the Budapest Memorandum? Yes, I have. And it was violated in 2013 because of the US's sanctions against Belarus, basically nullifying it. And as far as a Russian puppet state is concerned, I don't know what that means. I would just ask you, why would the Ukrainians sign an agreement that they would later not fulfill? Well, they claimed they were under a Russian gun barrel while the Germans and French watched them, despite signing it. So if you want to talk about who violated treaties, it was not Russia. The RNU and Wagner Group were propping up regimes within Donbass. Yeah, that's just not true. The RNU doesn't rule Donbass. The RNU doesn't have power in Donbass. They don't have any power in Donbass. They fought alongside pro-Russian militias, but they don't have power in Donbass. They help support and enforce the politicians in the region. To what extent? I mean, not to a really insignificant extent at all. The thing about them is that they're just extreme Russian Orthodox. They're an extreme Russian Orthodox group. Usually neo-Nazis are going to be pagan, right? Have you seen their flag? Yes, I've seen the flag and how it resembles the swastika. Yes, I don't know if they're still flying that one. I think that they replaced it with an Orthodox cross, but yes, I know the flag is like a swastika. The only big presence of ultra-right Russians was the Russian Orthodox Army, which has 4,000 members, Russian national unity, widespread reporting on the ROA and RNU has been going on through the Donbass war, implying they are not particularly well received by Donbass population or the larger separatist movement. Yeah, they're not well received, like they're not welcomed by the people of Donbass or the movement. No, they aren't. The Russian national unity movement does have neo-Nazi origins. So yeah, they probably are neo-Nazis, right? I don't know if they still identify with that. It wouldn't surprise me if they did. But yeah, you could probably say they're neo-Nazis of some kind. But who knows, right? There's a lot of changing politics in Russia. I mean, how do they, history, the RNU, they're mainly an anti-immigrant group who are against non-ethnic Russians. But the problem is that Russian ethno-nationalists are against the initiative for a greater Russian Empire because Russian Empire is multi-ethnic. They also expressed problems of being able to like fight along Chechens and stuff. So yeah, I don't think they're really representative of anything. The Azov Battalion, meanwhile, is representative of the Ukrainian forces because of how decisive they actually are in the conflict, as well as how overrepresented they are in the government relative to their actual support. Let's check this out. So this is the Q&A questioning the media's pro-Ukraine, anti-Russia coverage. So this is from Australia. Let's give it a watch.
Someone who comes from the Russian community here in Australia, I've been pretty outraged by the narrative created by our media depicting the Ukraine as the good guy and Russia as the bad guy. Believe it or not, there are a lot of Russians here and around the world that support what Putin is doing in the Ukraine, myself included. Since 2014, the Ukrainian government, together with Nazi groups like the Azov Battalion, have besieged the Russian populations in the Donbass, killing an estimated 13,000 people, according to the United Nations.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Could I finish?
Just quickly finish, and then we'll come to that and put that to the panel.
So my question is, where was your outpouring of grief and concern for those thousands of mostly Russians?
Okay, question earlier about Russia, and it's been playing on my mind. And Sasha, people here have been talking about family who are suffering and people are dying. And I understand you wanted to ask your question about is there some reasoning for this, but you supported what's happening, hearing that people are dying. And can I just say I'm just not comfortable with you being here. Could you please leave? I've been earlier about Russia and
your outpouring of grief and concern for those thousands of mostly Russians.
Okay, question earlier about Russia, and it's been playing on my mind. And Sasha, people here have been talking about family who are suffering and people are dying. And I understand you wanted to ask your question about is there some reasoning for this, but you supported what's happening, hearing that people are dying. And can I just say I'm just not comfortable with you being here. Could you please leave?
Oh my god, this is like, what the fuck? Holy fuck. This is literally like the soy liberal. I'm just not, look, this whole like liberal moralism and shit, this is what it fucking leads to, right? Oh, look at this pussy in my chat. Hey, Russian roid rage, how you doing? How about you get in my fucking VC, you little pussy? Yeah, so I'm just not really comfortable with you here. Can you please leave? Everyone fucking claps. This is like the Western world is going full Nazi. They're going full Nazi. And they're like acting like they're like righteous liberal moralists. I think you should leave. Why does it trigger them so much? Why does it trigger the liberals so much? I mean, this is what they're trying to do to me on Twitch, by the way. But why does it trigger the liberals so much to be pro-Russian? Well, because for them, Russia reminds them of everything fucking wrong with themselves. I think DGG is like rating us or something. We have like an uptick of these pussies. Literal Kremlin gremlin. You know what? Jabez, will you have the maturity? Would you have the courage of like allowing us to hear how you sound? Like, where is he at? This is him. He's sharing the meme. So, can we hear how you sound in our VC? Will you actually come in our VC and allow us to hear how you sound? Like, I want to see like the voice of the people saying all this shit. Like, I want to know what kind of person you are. I'd love to know what kind of person you actually are. You know, like, can you actually get in my VC and tell us who are these DGG Mr. Girl viewers in my chat? What do you sound like? What kind of person are you, right? Fuck it, why not? Okay, go ahead and get in my VC. We're gonna do a little interview with you and see where this is Destiny's community, right? Again, it's band kid humor. It's the more like Vladimir loser. I think maybe there's a testosterone problem when it comes to that sense of humor. I don't know what it is. It's not really our sense of humor. Yeah, it's like theater kid humor. That's actually a good way of putting it. Theater kid humor. Very much theater kid humor. Very much theater. They're not normies, because normies don't find that funny. Normies find my sense of humor funny. I call them Sid from Ice Age. That's funny, okay? Saying like some like quirky little pun. You must be Vladimir the loser. That's like some SNL theater kid humor. That's not... Like, the majority of people don't fucking find that funny. The majority of people find that cringe. It's not only cringe, it's infuriating, because I just think nerds should know their place. I don't feel like we should make it a safe space for them that they left high school and now they're like, oh, no, I think you should not have a safe space. Okay? I mean, okay, should I appeal to their sense of humor, guys? Should I appeal to their sense of humor? Okay, guys. Destiny fans, I'm about to destroy Destiny. Ready? Witness the destruction of Destiny. Ready? Soy Boy Steve, StarCraft Steve, Ethical CP Steve, Swastika Steve, STD Steve, Skinny Fat Steve, State Department Steven, Bridge Burner Bonnell, Bitch Tits Bonnell, Low Teastony, Cuckstony, Soystony, Elstony, Dependstony, Too Much Methstony, Deadbeat Dadstony, Dick Pick Destiny, Destiny, The Rap God, The Logic Lord, The Gnome from Nebraska, Adderall Andy, Irish Laddie's Daddy, Steven the Debate Conceder, Steven the Failed StarCraft Professional, Pear-Shaped Body Bonnell, My Wife's Boyfriend Bonnell, Kenneth the Woman Menace, Stephen KKK Kenneth Bonnell II, Stephen I am the green card for my wife from Sweden, Stephen Pump and Bump Bonnell, Stephen Incest is Wencest Bonnell, Stephen Protesting Crowd, oh god, can't say that one, Stephen Blue Pill in the Streets, Red Pill in the Sheets Bonnell, Stephen, the man who goes after 15-year-old fans, Bonnell. Stephen, underage nudes, I know what to do, Bonnell. Uh-oh. Sounds like there's a lot of lore in those names that even I haven't looked into yet. Right? Quote, all of those people literally have no existence except orbiting me now. Okay? But just so you guys know, like, we can come up with endless names. I mean, guys, come up with more names. I feel like this is the only thing that's gonna, like, ward these people away, because this is their sense of humor. And we make it even funnier, because ours are personal. His shit is just like, oh, a Russian city, plus, like, ours are actually way... Oh, another one. Remove condomstony. I like that one. Remove condomstony. That's a good one. Stealthy Steve is a good one too. I like Stealthy Steve. I just came up with that one myself. I came up with that one all by myself. Stealthy Steve. Stealthy Steve. Oh my god. I actually like that one. Okay. Stealthy Steve out here. Okay, I actually like that one. I didn't have a lot to come up with off the top of my head. Like, I had to come up with Azovstany. That's a good one. Yeah. If you guys want to know this one, you want to know the lore about this one is how do we put it? How do I spin this one? Stephen Hansy Bonnell. Hansy Destiny. Hansy Destiny. If you know the lore behind that one, I just learned out about that one. But there's Hansy Destiny. Gropestany. That's an interesting one. Gropestany. There's Gropestany, right? There's Gropestany. Ghost of Gyno. I like that one. What are your thoughts on Hassan's Piker's takes? I'm kind of disappointed that he backed off and he basically just like gave in to what his community wanted, which was to have a lib take. I don't think Hassan wants to have a lib take. I think he wants to have my take, but he can't because his community's going to like bitch and whine about it. So, yeah. But this is one of the few things I think Hassan has a soft spot for Russia and the Soviet Union. And I actually don't think that's because of any... I kind of sympathize with Hassan because all of us who become communists, we all get a soft spot for that Soviet Union. Like, it becomes part of our ideological learning and whatever, right? So, I get that. Because Hassan, at the end of the day, is different from his uncle when it comes to that, like, oh, I'm more sympathetic to, like, the socialism, Marxism stuff, right? You know? Yeah, I mean, we know it's a fake version, but you get the idea. Like, there's just this, like, you know, there's... Ideology plays a big role in nationality. Like, people used to wave the French flag who were Republicans in Europe in the 1800s. Why is Hassan so anti-China? I've seen conflicting shit. Like, some said he's anti-China, others said he's not anti-China, whatever. But Hassan definitely has to pander to the mainstream liberal consensus. But when he does get the wiggle room to wiggle out of it, I think he does take the opportunity. He's not that bad on foreign policy. His worst is domestic. He's not that bad on foreign policy.
It's really, no, Sasha, I'm sorry. You can ask a question.
The worst shit about Hassan is like the truckers and all that kind of stuff. But foreign policy, he is not that bad.
You can ask a question, but we cannot advocate violence. I should have asked you to leave then. It's been playing on my mind, and I'm sorry, but I have to ask you to leave, please.
Okay, could I...
No, please.
How do I join a voice chat and go into show queue? And if you're a new member, let me see, what is your name? Jabez. Okay, get in the show queue, Jabez.
Is there some reasoning for this? But you supported what's happening, hearing that people are dying, and can I just...
Come on, we got some DMs. Interesting. Apparently we have some interesting DMs.
This is the coat of my dreams. Matrix kids or whatever. Otherwise, how is it? What do we think? 10? 0 out of 10? 10 out of 10? The sleeves are too long. I'm aware of this.
This is a weirdo. Yeah, that's what a weird DM that is. Okay, let's continue this.
I'm just not comfortable with you being here. Could you please leave?
Okay, Jabez is right here. I wouldn't go after him. You will be banned. Let's just say Destiny's not the smartest guy. He's not as smart as you think he is. And if I ever get banned, it's not going to be because of him. So let's drag this guy up. Jabez. What up, bitch? Yo, Jabez. 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 Jobs. Oh, my mic isn't working. It never works. This always happens in StarCraft voice chat. I hate when this happens. I can't even coordinate my resources. Send resources to the StarCraft reactor. Mobilize all of our StarCraft units. Oh my god, I hate when this happens. Ah! I'm gonna smash my keyboard. I hate this. This always happens whenever I talk to my Discord kitten from DGG. Oh, DGG kitten. Will you enlighten me about the principles of omniliberalism and always shilling for whatever CNN and MSNBC are saying? And trust the science. Trust the science. We aspire to be Democrats, and yet they don't even want us because they consider us ugly, sweaty losers. Hey, he left. What's going on? Jobs. Jobs, why are you leaving? This always happens to my setup. I hate you, Mom. It's all Mom's fault. Destiny told me I don't need parents. Fuck you, Mom and Dad. I'll go my own way, just like Destiny did. And I'll have a wife who I share with all my mods and my Discord mods. And I'll get so many girls. I will get so many girls. Just like Destiny. Oh, Destiny, let me give you $10. Surely you'll use it to teach me and enlighten me how I can become like you. Oh, you're saying I'm the reason Destiny has any clout or money? It's just because dumb fucks like me watch and donate to him? And not because of anything about his personality? No, that couldn't be true. Destiny's my hero. He's an example of how nerds can make it to the top. And they can reach the stars. We don't always have to be band kids. We can become cool streamers who get so many girls. As long as they're willing to share, of course. Jobez. No, I'm leaving. I can't take this abuse from this Neanderthal. Jobez, Revenge of the Nerds. Yo, Revenge for the Nerds. Yo, Revenge of the Nerds. Where you at? Where you at? Revenge of the Nerds, where you at? He's got no mic. Interesting. Jobez, what's going on? Are you nervous? Don't tell me you're nervous because you weren't nervous typing in my chat, so I don't know why you would be nervous talking like in my VC. So where's this nervousness coming from? Come on. Jobez, I'm gonna give you like 5 more minutes to stop being a little bitch, okay? Log into Discord on your phone, get a new mic that's gonna fucking work or something. But this cannot run. You understand? This cannot run. This absolutely cannot run, okay? Jobez, I'm not we're not going to be tolerating this bullshit, Jobez. We're not tolerating this bullshit. We don't have all the time in the world, Jobez. Jobez! 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 You are such a little bitch, aren't you? I'm pretending my mic doesn't work. Ah! Why won't this mic work? Fuck you, Mom and Dad. I told you to get me a good one for Christmas. Okay, he's on his phone. So hopefully it should work now, right? Jobez. Jobez. Jobs. Four. 3. Jobez, what is the deal? Go in your options and fix your shit. I do not have him muted. There's no reason his microphone should not be working right now, other than he's intentionally doing it. Jobez, it sounds like you are scared of confrontation. He left. Jobs. Jobez. Jobez. I'm waiting for when he goes, hello? 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 Finally, can you hear me now? Jobs, what's wrong with your mic? The DGG, are you guys broke? You give a lot of money to Destiny. Y'all broke or something? Ah. I hate when this happens. I hate when this happens. I think he's muted himself or something. Alright, Jobs, let's just go to this one. Hello. This one doesn't work either. Hello. Alright, this guy is certified pussy. Fuck out of my Discord, bitch. He just wasted all of our time. Oh, fuck. It's muted. Alright, so this is a Russian guy on Australian TV who got kicked.
But you supported what's happening, hearing that people are dying, and can I just say I'm just not comfortable with you being here. Could you please...
I'm just not comfortable. You need to leave. What? So brave. So brave.
I've been... It's really no, Sasha. I'm sorry. You could ask a question. You could ask a question, but
this guy. Oh my god. This guy is. You know what? You know what I think is so cringe? It's so cringy when boomers are trying to like appeal to, like, all the wine moms find him so charming for that. They're like, wow, what a great guy. What a great guy for doing this.
We cannot advocate violence. I should have asked you to leave then. It's been playing on my mind, and I'm sorry, but I have to ask you to leave.
Nobody advocated violence, okay? All the fucking Ukrainian military has to do is surrender, and there's no violence. I don't know. Who's advocating violence?
Please?
Nobody's actually advocating violence. Like, Russia's special military operation is to stop violence. You would be advocating for violence by arguing against the special military operation because violence was the status quo. Hassan watched a clip watching Neeland.
Oh, from a Russian perspective, assuming they did it, it was brilliant. And it didn't require assassinating a former spy in a foreign capital with radioactive isotope. The leak, if that's what it is, comes as tensions ratchet up between the US and Russia over Ukraine.
This was a new leak? By Newland. That was new? I didn't even know that was new.
The F word. Because Newland does say, fuck the EU in the call. Here, let's just fucking watch it.
I'm very glad he said what he said in response.
Good.
So I don't think Cleach should go into the government. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you think
we've never listened to this. I haven't listened to this on stream.
what in terms of him not going into the government, just let him sort of stay out and do his political homework.
So they're not talking about who they would prefer. They're talking in like a sense of like what they're going to allow and what they're going to do. So when Dylan and Destiny were like, they were just talking about who they would prefer to be in the government. No, they weren't. They were handpicking who's going to be in the government based on their will. He said just let him sort of stay out, meaning she had the power. Meaning do not act in this way or act in this way, vice versa. This is the full tape. We should watch that full tape.
And stuff. I'm just thinking in terms of sort of the process moving ahead, we want to keep the moderate Democrats together. The problem is going to be Tony Book and his guys. And, you know, I'm sure that's part of what Yanukovych is calculating on all of this.
So this isn't talking about like who we would prefer. I wish we would have said this in the debate. Maybe Jackson wanted to say it and I interrupted him. Sorry, Jackson. But they were not, what Destiny and Dylan Burns was bullshit. They were like, oh, they were just talking about they're expressing their preferences. No, they fucking weren't. They were literally talking about what they were going to do. Leaked online, 4th of February, 2014.
What do you think?
I think we're in play. The Klitschko piece is obviously next.
Is there going to be like nudity in this? Yeah, I have to see it down. I have to just make sure there's no like TOS or anything. There's nothing bad in it? Okay. Make sure there's nothing bad in it, like no dead bodies or anything. Because there is like, whenever I see conflict and violence, okay, 334, I have to be careful. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to be careful there. Oh God, shit is burning. Oh God, shit is burning. Oh God, shit is burning. Yeah, the Maidan had a lot of destruction in it. Yeah, I think like 220. I'm gonna fucking be careful. Okay, here we go. Let's watch it.
What do you think?
I think we're in play. The Klitschko piece is obviously the complicated electron here, especially the announcement of him as deputy prime minister. And you've seen some of my notes on the troubles in the marriage right now. So we're trying to get a read really fast on where he is on this stuff. But I think your argument to him, which you'll need to make, I think that's the next phone call we want to set up, is exactly the one you made to Yachts. And I'm glad you sort of put him on the spot on where he fits in this scenario. And I'm very glad he said what he said in response.
Good. So I don't think Cleach should go into the government. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you think what in terms of him not going into the government, just let him sort of stay out and do his political homework and stuff. I'm just thinking in terms of sort of the
they're not talking about preferences. They're talking about actions.
Process moving ahead. We want to keep the moderate Democrats together. The problem is going to be Tony Book and his guys. And, you know, I'm sure that's part of what Yanukovych is calculating on all of this.
I think Yachts is the guy who's got the economic experience, the governing experience. He's the guy, you know, what he needs is Cleach and Tony Book on the outside. He needs to be talking to them 4 times a week. You know, I just think Cleach going in, he's going to be at that level working for Yatsenyuk. It's just not going to work.
Yeah.
They literally handpicked it.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. Okay.
They literally handpicked it.
Good. Well, do you want us to try to set up a call with him as the next step?
My understanding from that call, but you tell me, was that the big three were going into their own meeting and that Yachts was going to offer in that context a three-way, you know, the 3+1 conversation or 3+2 with you. Is that not how you understood it?
Holy fuck. It's like These Ukrainian officials are literally selling their country to the US. It's actually sick. It's almost like I'm watching porn right now. It's so pornographic and sickening. They're selling out their soil. They're selling out their soil to the Americans. Imagine how sickening. Imagine the lack of honor. Imagine how dishonorable and sickening that is. It's like porn. They're literally selling their country to the Americans. It's like they're pimping Ukraine out. Oh, this is our uncle. Don't worry about our uncle. It's so dark. I'm sorry, this is dark. It's fucking dark. And then the American walks in, a complete foreign alien, you know?
No, I mean, that's what he proposed, but I think just knowing the dynamic that's been with them where Klitschko has been the top dog, he's going to take a while to show up for whatever meeting they've got, and he's probably talking to his guys at this point. So I think you reaching out directly to him helps with the personality management among the three, and it gives you also a chance to move fast on all this stuff and put us behind it before they all sit down and he explains why he doesn't like it.
Okay, good. I'm happy. Why don't you reach out to him and see if he wants to talk before or after?
Okay, will do. Thanks.
Okay, I've now written, one more wrinkle for you, Jeff.
Yeah.
I can't remember if I told you this or if I only told Washington this, that when I talked to Jeff Feltman this morning, he had a new name for the UN guy, Robert Seri. Did I write you that this morning?
Yeah, I saw that.
He's now gotten both Seri and Ban Ki-moon to agree that Seri could come in Monday or Tuesday.
Okay.
So that would be great, I think, to help glue this thing and have the UN help glue it. And, fuck the EU.
They're having the UN glue it. Oh, the UN is an impartial international body. Shut the fuck up. We're going to have the UN glue it.
No, exactly. And I think we've got to do something to make it stick together, because you can be pretty sure that if it does start to gain altitude, the Russians will be working behind the scenes to try to torpedo it. And again, the fact that this is out there right now.
Oh, why are the Americans so intently involved in Ukraine? What does Ukraine have to do with the Americans? Why are they so worried about, Russians this? What does that have to do with anything?
Now, I'm still trying to figure out in my mind why Yanukovych did that. But in the meantime, there's a Party of Regions faction meeting going on right now, and I'm sure there's a lively argument going on in that group at this point. But anyway, we could land jelly side up on this one if we move fast. So let me work on Klitschko, and if you can just keep, I think we want to try to get somebody with an international personality to come out here and help to midwife this thing. And then the other issue is some kind of outreach to Yanukovych, but we probably regroup on that tomorrow as we see how things start to fall into place.
So on that piece, Jeff, when I wrote the note, Sullivan's come back to me, VFR, saying you need Biden, and I said probably tomorrow for an attaboy and to get the deets to stick. So
Okay.
Biden's willing.
Okay, great.
All right.
Thanks.
Jesus. Holy fuck. I think there's more, isn't there? But anyway, let's finish this video.
Okay, could I?
No, please. Just out of respect. Just no, please. We're not having the conversation, Sasha. We can't have people advocating violence. And
Holy shit. This guy is such a hero.
I should have asked you to leave. It's been playing on my mind. I wanted to have a proper conversation.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the time that Dr. Phil brought on the guy from Bum Fights, and the guy showed up dressed as Dr. Phil and looking exactly like Dr. Phil. And Dr. Phil looked at him and he was like, you know what? I just realized what you do with your bum fights is so immoral. I don't even want to interview anymore. And you know what? Shut the fuck up, Dr. Phil. You're acting like the reason you don't want to fucking interview him is because of bum fights. You were already going to have him on. You just got ass mad because he started fucking dressing like you. Let me show you that one, actually. You guys ever see that clip? Just really quick. Dr. Phil. I want to show you that one.
our video. Pair of luck. Today's. Why not? It's a sick. Help.
Yeah, you are.
No multi-millions off the Bum Fights video series. I'm not surprised at my success. It's a sick world.
Stop the tape. Stop the tape. I don't want to talk.
This is how he showed up.
You.
Why not?
That's despicable. I don't want to talk to you. You can go.
This is no, shut the fuck up, Dr. Phil. The only reason you're kicking him out is because how you're acting so like righteous and fucking morally better. Shut the fuck up, motherfucker. You don't care about that. You only fucking mad because he fucking did this.
If you think I exploit people, every time you bring a guest on this show, you exploit them and spread whatever the problems they have to the whole world. You think that's helping them?
Yeah, keep telling yourself that. You can go.
You know what? Who do you think you are, huh?
Bye.
Come on.
Huh? No, I'm not finished talking to you.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
He walked in there and he won. How could Dr. Phil win? How could Dr. Phil win? Like, imagine trying to look. I'm sorry, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, you are. Come on, let's go.
And they're all acting like the reason this happened is because he's such a despicable person and not because he mocked Dr. Phil.
Sorry, but I just watched that footage, and that is absolutely despicable.
No, shut the fuck up. You saw the footage before.
And I refuse to publicize that. I'm just not gonna He clearly could not have a serious dialogue about this ridiculous topic. I think what I saw on these screens...
I hate that guy, Dr. Phil. I hate that guy. Yeah, the fact that the producers backstage sent him on stage is hilarious. Oh, God. Okay, anyway. That's off topic. But back to this.
About these things, but I have to ask you to leave. I'm really sorry. Okay, I'm sorry for that, but you know, these...
Yeah, Black Redguard was also on Dr. Phil.
Things happen. It's live television. You think about these things. It's really been...
What I got on the outset, I took it cold and I did not study. And I did not prepare. And I got 155 and that was good enough. And I just didn't want to take it again.
Troubling me that we can have a conversation and we can look at where the arguments are and we can try to look at the sides of the argument. We can't have that, and I'm sorry. It should have happened earlier.
This is like the most cucked shit I've ever seen in my fucking life. Like, this is what they're doing. They're censoring free speech. Holy fuck. You just don't care about the fucking people in the Don. The conflict didn't start with Russia, you fucking... Like, I'm trying to, like... Are people ill-informed? Or... what? You know? Are people just ill-informed? Or are they, like, deliberately being lib shit liars? I think it's both. We have to censor. Since Hassan is banned off LSF, I think DG want to put you on there to make fun of you while making you popular. Oh no! Please don't do that. Please, DGG, don't do that. Please. I mean, that would be the worst thing that ever happened to me, is platforming me to the point where I'll probably be like a 10K Andy by fucking summer if that happens. Forget 3 years from now. The Russian Federation and the World Economic Forum announced the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in Russia. Let's actually read this. Is there anything to read? Nothing. But Dugin did talk about how technologists were taking over Russia. Why is Putin invading good? National security, historical claims, or is it oil and natural gas? It is literally, it's a combination of national security and helping the people of eastern Ukraine and helping create peace in that region, long-lasting peace. But it's mainly about Russia's security interests. Today, Russia's building an economy to actively industrial and social fields as well as public administration. Yeah. Someone is in show queue. Perfect! Someone who wants to debate? No one is in show queue. Why would you fucking say that? Okay, this guy wants to debate. The fuck do you want? What? Hello? Hello?
You hear me?
Yeah, what do you want? What do you want? Yes, what do you want? I cannot hear you. You changed your mic. I could hear you before. I can't hear you anymore.
Hear me?
I can hear you now. What's going on? What debate? What?
So Uyghur, China.
And you live in Michigan?
Yeah.
You're that guy?
Yeah, I beat you, remember?
Yeah, you lost. So what do you want?
Hey man, why are you spreading Russian propaganda? What's up with that? Let me ask you this. Are you okay with Russia hurting civilians?
No. Russia isn't either.
They're killing civilians in Ukraine.
Can you give me examples of Russia expressing the intention to kill civilians?
So long as there's no intention, it's completely fine, right?
No, it's tragic, but it's also tragic that the Ukrainian government and Ukrainian media will not report on Russian warnings that it's giving to areas that it's about to bomb in order for there to be proper evacuations. And now Russia...
Dude, why are they bombing civilian areas, though?
They're not. They're bombing military
They
targets.
bombed that city. That city that's
Kharkiv.
whatever it's called.
Kharkiv.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're bombing areas of military and strategic importance, and they're also giving warnings before the bombings so that civilians can evacuate. Which is something, by the way, that the United States never did in its 40-day bombing of Baghdad during the Gulf War.
So they could technically label any area as a military area and proceed to bomb that area.
Why would they want to bomb civilians?
They don't give a shit, man. You know that, right?
Okay, then why are they implementing the why are they making a strategy of just land occupation then? Why don't they just have air supremacy and just bomb the fuck out of all of Ukraine?
First they're trying to win the PR war, which they failed miserably. Now they're going all in.
No, they're not. Their strategy hasn't changed.
They've
done is ramp up.
Why do you keep on making excuses when they kill civilians?
You have to give me a specific case.
Like they killed 60 civilians the other day, didn't they?
Can you give me the source so I can look at what you're talking about?
If I give you the source, will you call it propaganda?
No, I'll have to look at what the source...
Last time I talked to you, every source I gave you, you called it government propaganda.
I'm obviously going to critically evaluate your source, but I'm not...
You and your chat are going to call it Western propaganda. every time I do this.
Okay, then let's look at the source and let's see what happened. Because I'll give you a source, for example, where Russia told an area in, I think it was Kharkiv, to evacuate, and the Ukrainian government and media did not report on it. And yes, 5 people did end up dying. There was 5 deaths. That was a few days ago that I remember.
Hold on. There's a New York Times one. It's like literally the first source.
Okay.
If you Google it, it's like literally the first.
Can you
one.
put it in fact checking?
Put it in fact checking. What do you mean?
Link it in the Discord.
Dude, I'm using my phone. I'm not gonna link that shit. I'm on my
Okay,
PC.
tell me what to Google. Tell me what to
Just
Google.
Google 60 civilians killed in Ukraine.
Okay, 60?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at your chat. Hating ass motherfuckers. Hey, can I ask you something real quick?
I typed 60 civilians killed Ukraine, and I don't see anything.
Let me ask you. Can I ask you something real quick though?
Zelensky claims that there's a total of 137 military, civilian and military personnel. Zelensky claims, this is kind of crazy. He's claiming a combination of I think he's lying because
Which article is that?
This is on Radio Free. This is like a huge pro-Western propaganda source. So they have no
I've
reason.
never heard of Radio Free, so I don't even.
Radio Free Europe is literally like CIA-funded propaganda, and they are literally saying that according to Zelensky, 137 civilian and military personnel. Oh, this was the 25th. Sorry, this was the 25th of February. This is outdated.
Yeah, gotta pull up a new one.
So, civilian casualties. Let me see. Civilian casualties in Ukraine.
Don't you think Ukraine has a right for?
All right. Well, the New York Times is saying that the reports of civilian casualties rise, but the exact counts remain uncertain. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, because the situation is changing constantly, though.
All right, but according to the UN, so this was between the 24th and March 1st. According to the UN, a total of 227 civilians were killed as of March 1st, according to the UN.
Do you think that's all right, though? Killing 227 civilians?
Russia is not responsible for...
Jesus Christ, bro.
They're not responsible for
God.
all of the casualties. Some of the casualties are in the Donbass, where the Ukrainian military shelling is actually responsible.
Dude, listen. When USA kills innocent people, you're 100% right to call them out. When Russia does it, keep it fair. You got to call them out too.
Hold on, but the way the U.S. handled the Iraq and Afghan wars is not comparable. The U.S. didn't give people in Baghdad or in Iraq warnings when they were about to bomb areas that are replete with civilians.
They're dog shit for doing that, though.
Yeah, but Russia has been actually very careful to avoid civilian casualties.
But why are they going into Ukraine in the first place?
Well, they're going into Ukraine primarily, this is what started, is to protect the people in the Donbass from Ukrainian aggression, as well as neutralize the security threat posed by...
Donbass is Ukrainian, dude.
Yeah, but they're a separatist republic who don't want to be part of Ukraine.
Because they changed the ethnicity of the people there. They put in Russians in there.
That's not true. They have been there for a very long time.
Nope.
Okay, when did they put in Russians?
Hold on. Around the 90s.
Around the 90s?
Yeah.
So Russia sent Russians to eastern Ukraine in the 1990s.
Yeah.
How did they do that? Because Ukraine was not part of Russia at that time. So did they just send people to immigrate there?
Yeah.
Do you have a source for this where we could look at?
Source? I don't have one right now, but I'll send it to you.
Can you
later.
tell me where you're getting that information from?
I read many books.
Can you give us an example of one of these books you've read, according to which
Right,
the Russians
right now I
sent.
don't have the book. Right now I don't have the book on me, but I'll send it to you later for sure.
Okay, and this was in a book. You're saying?
Yep, many books.
Oh, many. I'm sorry. It was many
Yeah.
books. Okay.
Just admit it, man. Russia's in the wrong. Just admit it.
I can't admit that because it's not what I believe.
Russia has no right to attack Ukraine. Ukraine has the right to join NATO.
I think Russia.
Let's go,
I
Joe
think
Biden. I love Joe Biden.
Ukraine did not have a right to attack the newly recognized republics of the Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics.
Russia can just call everything part of newly recognized independent sovereign bullshit. All right, it's not gonna work. They did that in
The issue is, you would be right if Ukraine was willing to implement the Minsk agreements that it itself signed. But since it showed no willingness to agree to the Minsk agreements, which would have guaranteed peace, Russia had no choice but to recognize these republics to prevent the Ukrainian military.
Beat bullshit.
The State Duma claims that they had intelligence that the Ukrainian military was planning on invading eastern Ukraine one day after the Russian invasion. The Russian invasion stopped.
Do you really think they're gonna invade freaking eastern Ukraine?
Yes.
No, they won't, man. They already took that shit.
Then why did they increase shelling and attacks against eastern Ukraine while they were also saying Russia was about to invade?
Based on what source?
Okay. We can look at the ceasefire violations. Ceasefire violations, Donbass. February 19th, 2020. There are almost 2,000 ceasefire violations logged in eastern Ukraine. February 19th, 2022.
We'll never forget. We'll never forget. Let's go, Joe Biden. Destroy Russia.
So do you think Joe Biden's doing a very good job?
Absolutely. I love that guy.
How is Biden dealing with the inflation crisis?
Inflation isn't on Joe Biden, dude. That's on supply chain related issues.
But don't you think the increased sanctions on Russia are going to increase inflation drastically?
You know what? I speak for all Americans and you when I say that we are ready for inflation.
I don't think you do not speak for me.
Okay? Yep, I speak for all Americans when I say we are ready. We are ready for Joe Biden.
I don't think you speak for even a plurality of them. I don't think you speak for any type of segment of Americans except the political class and maybe like billionaire elites or something.
Billionaire elites, stop it, dude.
Like how do you why do you think
like you and me?
Why do you think
the real proletariat?
All right, why do you think Americans are ready for inflation?
You saw the polling number, 65% of the people support the issue with Ukraine. We stand with Ukraine 100%.
What does that, so what does that mean?
That means we are ready for it. Whatever Joe Biden decides, you're ready.
It wouldn't surprise me because the media is overwhelmingly against Russia and it's being astroturfed on social media. But it sounds like Americans are still unsure how the U.S. should respond to the invasion of Ukraine.
No, I saw a poll that says 65% of Americans support the Joe Biden's decision.
So Biden's approval actually has gone up a little bit. So let's look at 538, a libshit source that liberals love. So let's see. A 1/3 said Ukraine's problems should stay their own. On imposing sanctions, a bare majority thought this was a good idea, while 20% disagreed. Meanwhile, allowing Ukraine to join NATO earned the support of 43% of adults. 42% said they wanted the U.S. to send financial aid. 24% did not.
Incredible. You see that? We Americans stand with Ukraine. We stand with Joe Biden.
On opposing additional sanctions against Russia, yeah, you're right. 69% of Americans said they were in favor, according to a poll that was conducted 2 days prior to the invasion.
Only facts and logic.
I don't know how reliable these polls are based on what I know on the ground, but let's just say it's true. I don't think Americans are educated about what those sanctions.
My God.
Well, I just don't think they're educated about what those sanctions are going to mean for inflation.
When they disagree with you, they're dumbasses, right? The Americans.
Yeah, that tends to be the case actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But regardless, that doesn't mean they're ready for inflation. They could just think that sanctions against Russia aren't going to affect them in any major way when that's not true. It is, right? If they knew how badly it was going to affect them, maybe they would think twice about their willingness to get on board with these sanctions.
Dude, listen. The Federal Reserve will take care of the inflation issue. Don't worry.
How will the Federal Reserve take care of inflation? By raising interest rates?
Absolutely.
How is that?
American people are ready to sacrifice everything for Ukraine.
I just don't think that's true. I don't think the American people are ready to sacrifice everything.
It is, because you know why? They don't like Russians. That's America's number one
So
enemy.
we hate Russians so much that we're ready to sacrifice everything for a country that has nothing to do with us at all.
We respect sovereignty and international law. That's why.
Okay, did we respect Iraq's sovereignty or Libya's sovereignty?
We do now.
No. What do you mean we do now? We still don't recognize any country's sovereignty because we're still meddling in the internal affairs of almost every country in the world.
Hey, remember Joe Biden got us out of Afghanistan. Never forget that.
You're right. He did. That's one thing I do agree with Biden on. He did
Can
pull
you
out
say-
of Afghanistan.
Hold on. Can you say thank you, Joe Biden?
But he also
Can you
got
say-
us.
Can you say thank you, Joe Biden? Yes or no?
I can't because he got us more involved in the Horn of Africa instead.
man.
Now we're getting
You can't-
involved.
You can't give one credit to the guy. Not even.
I can't. I cannot because we just replaced it for meddling in the Horn of Africa in Ethiopia and Somalia instead.
It's called Al Shabaab, bro. You ever heard of?
And
them
actually,
Boko
I think
Haram?
I think I could thank Trump. I'll thank the former President Trump.
Man, get out of here, man.
Yeah, because he's the one who signed the but Trump is the one who signed the agreement for America to leave by now.
You
And-
like Trump because he's Putin's bitch.
Yeah, well, Biden just followed through with the Trump plan, actually. So I think it's Trump I should be thanking, and I have no problem thanking the former President Trump for that.
Well, I do. Fuck that guy.
Okay. Do you think Biden has dealt with our foreign relations better than Trump?
Hell yeah. He's not going around bombing Iranian generals.
I do agree that Biden has a relatively better policy on Iran than Trump, although it's not that different.
Look at the drone strikes. A lot less drone strikes under Biden than it was under Trump.
Is that true?
Yep, look it up.
Drone strikes under... That could be true compared to Trump. Trump did have to appoint the neocons. Yeah, it looks like it's true. U.S. military strikes fell 54% in Biden's first year compared to Trump's last. But I don't think that's...
I'm going to get everybody in your community to join the DSA. Let's go.
Yeah, but it's only been 1 year. And the reason that's probably happened is because we have a lot more problems on our doorstep now. I mean, COVID has been a big factor. And
dude, COVID is beyond Joe Biden's control. Let's be honest.
yeah,
He's
but
not
I don't
can't
think
put COVID on Joe
Biden's the
Biden.
reason for the decrease in drone strikes.
Oh,
Because, for example, don't you know that under Obama, when Joe Biden was vice president, there were more drone strikes than under Trump?
do you really think Joe Biden controls the foreign policy as a vice president? Do you honestly believe
But
that?
you just attributed him responsibility for the 54% decrease in drone strikes.
Yeah,
so-
because he's president now. Before he was a VP.
Oh, so Obama was the problem.
I'm not an Obama fan. Do you honestly believe I like Obama?
You like Biden and not Obama?
No.
Why is Biden better than Obama?
Obama destroyed Libya.
And you don't think Biden would do the same thing if he was in the same shoes?
Joe Biden pulled us out of Afghanistan.
Is there any... No, Trump did. Is there any evidence that...
Man, no. Hell no. Joe Biden
But
pulled us out
Trump
of
is the one who
Afghanistan.
started negotiating with the Taliban to sign the
Trump is
agreement.
an idiot. Do not take credit for what Joe Biden did. Do not give that guy the credit.
Why not?
Trump is an idiot.
Well, even if he is an idiot, he deserves credit because, factually speaking, he did negotiate.
Elements of bathrooms when he wasn't.
But Trump is the one who did negotiate the
Negotiating
treaty.
is one thing, talking is one thing, and action is another. I thought you were a tough guy. What happened?
I mean, the agreement was signed for them to leave in a year, so it
Talking
was.
is one thing and doing is another.
But Biden was just implementing Trump's timetable.
Can you stop simp? Why do all the tankies simp for Trump? I don't get it.
Because Trump was better on foreign policy than Democrats tend to be.
He was, huh? He was?
Hold on. Oh, fuck. Holy based Elon Musk. I might be a Redditor. I might be a Redditor now. We have breaking news from Elon Musk. Holy shit, what a badass. I might just join Reddit. So Elon Musk said, Starlink has told by some governments to block Russian news sources. We will not do so unless at gunpoint. Sorry to be a free speech absolutist. I think that is so fucking badass. I really think Elon Musk is a badass for that. I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and give it up to Elon because he, that is, I got a lot of respect. It would be so convenient for Elon to get on board with the anti-Russia hate because it's being astroturfed by all of Reddit. And Elon decided to be his own man and say, no, we're not going to block Russian news sources. Fuck you, I'm my own man. Fuck the government and fuck the imperialist war machine. Thank you, Elon Musk. I really applaud that.
What news source? Like, did you see RT? They were like faking false flags.
Oh, wait. I have to take some kind words from Elon because he said, hold strong Ukraine and who do not. Okay, Elon, you kind of dropped the ball, but that's okay.
Let's go. Now I love Elon Musk. I'm about to buy some.
Yeah,
crypto.
he just lost my sympathies temporarily. Well, I still like how he's not banning Russian news, but he can't really be trusted. What do you know? Anyway,
what were you talking about before you derail the conversation?
You were talking about how Joe Biden was the reason for...
No, you said Trump was better on foreign policy, right?
Yes.
So what about the bombing the Iranian general?
That is the single worst thing he's ever done, ever.
What about the sanctions on China? Do you think that was alright too?
No. Did Trump engage in sanctions against China?
Yep, 2017.
Sanctions China. Really? China brings a new law to fight Trump sanctions. Yes, there are new sanctions. Or are those sanctions or tariffs? Let me see. Oh, it was the Hong Kong Autonomy Act. And there was also the Protect Uyghurs Act. Yeah, you're right. The currency manipulator, the banning of Huawei and ZTE in 2018. Yes.
Do you agree with Trump's drone strikes? Do you agree with all that?
No, I completely disagree with that.
So how was Trump better than Biden on foreign policy? Based off what?
Specifically because we didn't go to any wars under Trump.
But we're not fighting any wars
Hold
under
on,
Joe
apparently
Biden.
someone who I trust in my chat, who's pretty reliable, is saying that it was...
Full Metal 4812 donated $5. Don't forget Biden tried to free Nelson
Yeah,
Mandela.
that's right. Biden tried to... Okay. Someone is telling me that it was actually Pelosi who forced Trump to engage in sanctions against China, and he didn't actually want to himself.
You guys just want to blame Democrats for everything, right?
Well, Democrats are the ones who seem to be more interested in war nowadays than Republicans.
Who started the war in Iraq and Afghanistan? Remind me.
The neoconservative George W. Bush, who is now friends with the Democrats, because the neocons are best friends with Democrats now.
At their core, they're conservatives, no matter what.
I don't think they're really conservatives at all. What about them is conservative?
They're conservative, dude.
In what way?
Democrats are more about not attacking other countries, while conservatives...
And why do like almost all of the wars and conflicts start under democratic regimes?
Like what, Iraq and Afghanistan?
No, more like the war in Kosovo, the Libya conflict, the U.S. involvement in Syria, the so-called Arab Spring interventions. Oh yeah, Hillary Clinton was also responsible.
Those are not wars.
Those are not wars?
Those are not wars.
What do you call them then?
Conflicts.
Okay, they're not wars, they're conflicts. Okay.
Absolutely.
So all we have to do is change the name and it becomes fine.
I never said it was right, did I?
No, I'm just saying it doesn't it's no longer the same thing when we just change the name.
It's a pyramid, dude. There are different levels to this.
All right.
There's a
And
different levels of escalation.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. So according to you, Democrats are more for peace.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially under the Obama administration.
Definitely not. I just said I'm not a big Obama fan.
So Bill Clinton was fine.
Bill Clinton, I wasn't even alive back then, so I can't say.
So we have Bush, Obama, Trump, and Biden.
Biden is the best president of all time, and it's not even
But the
close.
only Democrat. So you're saying that the reason you like the Democrats so much is because of Biden, not
Absolutely.
because Biden's the only example of a Democrat who wants peace, right?
Biden has turned it around.
Biden has indeed. So you're saying the situation's pretty good right now in America.
Absolutely. It's way better than it was under Trump.
Inflation's not out of control and things are doing fine.
Inflation is beyond the president's control, let's be honest.
Oh, so everything's fine, but the things that are a problem right now.
Dude, it's COVID. Inflation is happening because of COVID and insane demand. And our supply chain issues. It's beyond the president's control.
All right, so what? So Biden's responsible for everything good, but everything bad is not his fault.
What everything bad besides the inflation? That's not on him too. Like I've said it, I made it clear.
I think
That's
there's
not
a
on
lot
Joe
of
Biden.
like division still, a lot of lack of good wages and good jobs. There's supply chain issues. There's shortages.
The economy has grown this year. We added like 500,000 new jobs.
Are those so? When Trump added jobs, you guys said those were all part-time jobs. Are these now full-time good jobs instead?
I'll look into it, but there's data out there. But I'll definitely look into it.
Can we
and,
see the
let
data?
you know. I'll let you know when I look into it for sure.
Is DoorDash an example of the jobs that were added?
Man, that's a gig. Come on, man. Let's stop playing.
Apparently, the jobs added were 90% of all the jobs lost in COVID. That's what someone in my chat said.
I don't believe any Russian propaganda in the chat.
Okay.
Yep.
Interesting.
Only facts and logic. That's what I want.
No Russian propaganda, only facts and logic.
Yep. Hey, one more thing. Can you tell your guys not to ban me all the time? You're like cuck mods.
If you're getting banned, it's probably because you're violating rules.
All I said was USA did nothing wrong. That's it.
Okay, well.
Your cuck mods ban people for the smallest things. Complete cucks. Beta males. Destiny level beta males.
Do you think Destiny's a beta male?
Destiny? No, he's pretty solid. He's just short and has a girl's name.
Interesting. So, what do you think about Destiny's like open relationship stuff?
Brother, I'm Muslim. You know, I can't.
You don't want to. You won't shave.
I can't co-sign on that, brother.
But that's what Biden represents. So you don't want to share. You don't want to share your wife or share your girlfriend, anything like that.
That's what who represents. Come again?
Biden and the Democrats. That's what they have in store for us.
Biden is an alpha male. Destiny's a beta.
But Destiny's Biden's #1 advocate on this website.
Sure, betas could support alphas.
Okay, but so you don't. Who do you think is leading more of a culture of encouraging open relationships, the Democrats or the Republicans?
Democrats.
And those are the people you support, right?
But at the end of the day, people are free to choose what they want to do with their lives. I do whatever I want to do. You can do whatever you want to do.
So do
It's
you
all,
think
it's all about freedom.
So do you think Destiny's a beta male?
Destiny? With that open relationship shit, yeah, definitely.
Interesting. This is interesting. These are some photos of my opponents. Interesting. This is all very, very interesting.
Let me ask you this: how come you got so personal with them the other day?
Oh, they never got personal. I just decided to do it out of the blue. There's no other reason.
What you said about him was out of line, though.
What really? Why was it out of line?
Like he made like a small joke, and you took it to like level 10.
Really? He didn't. Well, do you think that's because do you think that's he only made a small joke because he knows little about me, or because he's a nice guy who's holding back?
He just made a height joke, and you took you like insulted
but
his manhood.
he also
you attacked his manhood and everything, and his kid. Like, come on, man.
But he
That's
also
low.
doesn't know much about me, does he?
I mean, he's not attacking.
If I had a kid, you don't think Destiny would go after that whole shit and like go after me?
Absolutely
I
not.
think he would.
Destiny has debated many people, and he never went after their kids or anything.
Yeah, but I think I'm on a whole other level as far as enemies are concerned.
I don't see how. You just said I don't see it.
I do see it, and also, that guy was not interested in debate at all. He made a mockery of the whole debate.
How could you say that when you were yelling for like 3 hours straight? You can't even say that.
Well, I was just retaliating because he was being disrespectful and name calling from the very beginning.
Retaliating? Like you mean yelling for 3 hours? Attacking his kids?
I wasn't attacking his kids, I was attacking him as a father. But that's because he made it personal first.
Because he called you what, short?
He kept interrupting, calling me names, being aggressive, and all that kind of stuff.
He kept interrupting you, so you attack his kids and his.
I didn't attack his kids. I attacked him as a father.
Listen, bro, we don't bring up other man's kids and shit in conversations.
Well, the thing is that everything personal that Destiny has ever found out about me, he's tried to bring up.
Like what?
Literally everything publicly available.
You just keep on saying literally everything, but I've seen the debate. He never said anything personal about you, besides your height.
No, he said everything else too.
What? Like, name me one thing he said personal, other than your height.
He also tried to talk about, like, my sexuality and all that kind of shit.
But you attacked him first. That's why he talked about it.
Well, okay, all I did was I was proportionate. So first, he attacked my height, and I
Dude, are you serious? That was
I proportionately I proportionately attacked his body type by calling him Sid from Ice Age. Now, do you agree? Do you agree? He does look like Sid from Ice Age. His body type. Don't you agree he's kind of got like a long torso with very small infant-like limbs, and it looks weird?
Somewhat.
Yeah, there you go. So it's not just me.
Somewhat. But you took it to like level 10, yelling and huffing and puffing for 3 hours straight.
Well, I just have high energy, and he's like a passive-aggressive little bitch. So what do you want me to do?
Jesus Christ, dude.
Isn't
do you think
he,
you could like? How could you be a face of a movement when you act like that?
Honestly, I can't stand the guy. That's the problem. I just can't fucking stand him.
At least Jackson Hinkle puts on a performance. Like, how could you be a face of this movement when you act crazy?
Because I'll tell you why. Because we did try to debate them like civilly and normally, but they immediately resorted to insults and derailing, showing they weren't interested in debating.
How could you call it civil when you turn up your mic to level 10?
No, before that happened, for example, we pointed out how Dylan was wrong about the impeachment of Yanukovych, and that Yanukovych actually was unconstitutionally impeached. Then Dylan responded after lying about that by saying, oh, actually, there's a debate in Ukraine about its legality. And then Jackson's like, okay, how could there be a debate when it's just like black and white, a violation of their procedure for impeachment? And what Dylan said was that he's gonna trust the legal scholars of Ukraine, who are ad hoc justifying the post-coup government, to their conclusion. And then when we laughed at him, he randomly brought up something I said about bioweapons, which had nothing to do with either the debate topic or the issue that was under contention. So that's an example of
the bioweapon only targets the ethnically Ukrainian people or something like that.
The Russian government expressed concern that on the Chinese and Russian borders, the U.S. was being involved in laboratories that specifically study viruses, and they also claimed to have information about the U.S. collecting Russian DNA for these labs, or the U.S. or Ukraine. So whether they're lying or not, I haven't even looked into it. And the reason I didn't look into it or prepare for it is because
why would you bring that up in a debate?
I didn't. He did. That's my point. It wasn't relevant to the debate.
Whatever, man. Fuck it.
But it's just an example of how they were not willing to actually debate substantively on the meat and potatoes of the debate. Also, Destiny decided to pick and choose. Like right when I joined that Zoom call, it wasn't live. Immediately, Destiny's like, okay, James, can you, the moderator, can you make sure this Haas guy doesn't ramble the whole time? He always rambles and says things don't matter. Like, Destiny can pick and choose
to be honest, I've seen you debate many times before, like with Vosh and everybody, so I know you ramble a lot.
Yeah, but the problem is that if you're going to accuse my points of not being material to the conversation, you have to demonstrate that somehow. You can't just say, "Oh, you're rambling and it's irrelevant." You have to say the reason this is not relevant.
When they try to make a point, you start yelling over them, though.
No, he starts interrupting me because he thinks he can decide what is a point and what is not a point without actually making an argument. He thinks he can just dismiss what I say. Destiny thinks he can just dismiss what I say. For example, Destiny was asking me what are the causes of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And I very carefully explained to him that after the recognition of the sovereignty of the Donetsk and Lugansk republics by the Russian government, which was itself in response to an escalation of violence by the Ukrainian government because it wouldn't implement the Minsk agreements to guarantee peace, Russia was left with no choice, so on and so on, and it also wants to prevent Ukraine. Destiny accused me of rambling when I said this, despite the fact that is like every single point I just mentioned is extremely decisive in order to logically and rationally and justify Russia's intervention, right? If I were to just say that Russia only intervened because of the Donbass republics, there would be no wider context about the security concerns Russia had been raising to the US and the EU, to NATO and Ukraine about the talks of Ukraine's ascension. That also situates that context, right? Meanwhile, Destiny, he likes to talk long-windedly as well. But when anyone interrupts him, I'm acting out of place. So Destiny gets to limit who gets to talk and who doesn't get to talk. Why? Because he has more followers? Is it because he's smarter than us? Well, he has yet to prove he's smarter than a piece of shit. He's not even smarter than like a fucking 5-year-old child. He has yet to prove he's smarter than a fucking mediocre League of Legends player, which is actually what he is, right? So he's in no position to pick and choose when it's okay to start insulting and interrupting when he himself makes long-winded, rambling comments that overdress a point that's already received. Okay, I'll give you an example. Destiny wanted to make a point that, for example, they're concerned about Russia's revival of the Soviet Union. It's like, okay, point taken, right? But then he wanted to delve into the history of the Soviet occupation of Latvia and Lithuania. It's like, it's not relevant because we already got your point, right? But he likes to ramble and say a bunch of bullshit that's not material to the actual substantive points of contention. These are all things I can demonstrate and I can prove. It's just that Destiny's a little bitch and he taps out like Conor McGregor. He taps like Kitchen. He goes, I don't want to hear this. This is just rambling. I don't want to hear it. I'm sick of hearing this. He can't actually hear an actual argument. He's actually a stupid fucking person with Dunning-Kruger syndrome who overestimates his own intelligence and overestimates the level of comprehension he has over the topics he talks about. And I've proven that countless times over and over again. The minute you just start dismissing your opponent bluffingly without actually dismantling what they've said, you've actually conceded the debate. And that's why pretty much, well, actually, absolutely every single debate I've ever had with Destiny is a debate he's conceded. Because I just overwhelm him in terms of intelligence. And I'm not joking about that. Call it what you want. He is unable to, like, point by point dismantle what I say.
Being louder does not mean you win a debate.
Okay, the only reason I had to turn my mic volume up is because James was reducing mine to an extremely low level relative to Destiny and Dylan's. Like, to the point where you could barely hear anything I was saying, so that anytime Destiny wanted to interrupt me, he would be able to, right? So that's the only reason I fucking raised my mic volume.
Listen. Someone who's neutral in this, you look real bad. And when you're in a debate, you're trying to win people over.
Hey, done
you
deal.
came out
Done
looking real
deal.
bad.
You're not neutral, though. You're a fucking DSA member. You're a
I'm the-
Biden supporter, and you're against Russia. So how can you say you're neutral?
When it comes to debate, I'm very open-minded and neutral. And I came in very neutral, trying to understand the opposing side.
Yeah, but we talked about, like, why Biden's such a great president, and I named you all these problems, and you're just...
I'm the human Switzerland. Do you understand that?
He's what?
I'm the human Switzerland.
What is the human Switzerland?
I'm neutral.
You're absolutely not neutral, okay? Okay, why is Biden the best president we've ever had?
Look at the drone strikes. He pulled us out of Afghanistan. We just
But
keep on.
I feel like you can only name one thing. Shouldn't there be like a few things he's done?
He got us out of a pandemic. You know,
he did not get us out of a pandemic.
Biden is bringing world peace, and we need you. We need you and your
Biden did not get us out of that pandemic, dude. The majority of the deaths under COVID happened under Biden's administration.
We are both in Michigan. You're gonna support Joe Biden and Gretchen Whitmer?
Absolutely not support Gretchen Whitmer.
Can we count on your vote? Real patriots need you.
What is so good about Gretchen?
She fought tyranny against those Trump terrorists.
What tyranny?
They tried to kill her. They tried to kidnap her, but she survived. She's a real hero. And we need to stand up.
Gretchen was kidnapped. So was she like in the back of a car?
Dude, they already planned it. They planned it out everything.
Oh, you're saying like some random fringe group?
Yep, Trump supporters. They try to kill her.
Some random fringe group.
We need to support our governor. You with me, brother? You with me?
So a random fringe group had... there's a lot of... Hold on. Some people in my chat are saying it was an FBI plot and they were not Trump supporters.
They were Trump supporters. The FBI guy was in there trying to... He was the mole in there.
Hold on. There's a little problem, though. And the problem is the fact that, according to the Detroit Free Press...
Amazing reporters.
Yeah, according to the Detroit Free Press, there's undercover FBI agents that were... So 2/3 were undercover FBI agents that provoked people into wanting to do this.
Say what?
2/3 were of undercover FBI agents who provoked people to engage in this plot.
Him, man. Come on. They were in there getting the recipes from the terrorists.
So to this day, defendants in the alleged plot, and they're not calling it an alleged plot, don't know who Mark and Red really are. The two undercover FBI agents infiltrated their group, pretending to be one of them, but their real name's been kept secret. Over the objection, they go, okay, that's completely different. Okay, so... but apparently they were the ones... According to the government, the defendants had made several efforts to recruit independent bomb makers, and Red was offered to the group in that capacity to mitigate the likelihood of a bomb attack. That's what the government is now saying. The judge's ruling is a blow to the government, who has come under fire over the alleged misbehavior of multiple FBI informants and agents, including 2 have been kicked off the case. Let's actually look at that, because apparently they've misbehaved in the alleged kidnapping of Gretchen Whitmer.
We need you to support our great governor.
FBI informant tried to help the Whitmer kidnap plot suspects. According to an exposed new finding, a rogue undercover informant was a double agent secretly trying to help the plot suspects snatch the governor, tipped one man off that the feds were onto the group, and tried to thwart their arrest and continue the scheme. That's really weird. I don't know what's
He's a
going
double
on.
agent. He's a Trump supporter too.
4812 donated $5.
These Trump terrorists are
Biden is the
everywhere.
bestest president. No other president vowed to cure cancer or play Despacito on stage.
Thank you so much, Full Metal. Yeah, but has Biden cured cancer yet?
I'm sure he's gonna get to it. It's on his list probably. He's gonna do everything.
So do you believe that Black Lives Matter?
Absolutely.
Well, Coco is saying that she's now stuck at the airport facing hostility from Border Force. She's had enough treatment of black people fleeing Ukraine, and she's saying it's disgusting. And she's so tired of being strong, and she's at her breaking point. Why is Ukraine's government and the surrounding European countries being so racist to black people?
Yeah. People are racist there are racist people out there.
Do you support the racist Ukrainian government?
The Ukraine government is not racist. Come on, man.
Well,
Couple of
it
racist
seems like
doesn't mean everybody else is racist.
You don't
we
think they're
support Coco,
racist?
and we support Governor Gretchen Whitmer and Joe Biden.
So what has Gretchen Whitmer done for Michigan exactly?
She rebuilt the roads. Come on, you know it. I know it.
She rebuilt our roads?
She fixed I-75.
She did not fix anything.
Yes, she did, bro.
Our
Look it
roads
up.
are as worse as they've ever been. Are you talking about our pothole roads?
She created a socialist utopia here in Michigan. You just don't know it.
All right, what's the socialist utopia?
She fixed the infrastructure. She's funding the buses. Amazing.
What infrastructure has she fixed in Michigan?
I-75.
She fixed
all the potholes around
I-75.
Lansing.
She has
She's
not
funding
fixed
our community
I-75.
colleges. She's funding our universities. She's putting down the terrorists, the Trump terrorists. She's doing amazing.
What Trump terrorists are you talking? Are you talking about the FBI informants?
No, the terrorists that try to kill her, that try to destroy the Capitol. Those guys.
How has she done that?
Making sure they go to jail and do their time, if you know what I mean.
It's according to 11 days ago. Pothole season is back with a vengeance in Michigan. Has she fixed our roads?
Don't worry, she's getting more funding from Joe Biden, and she's definitely gonna take care of that. Listen, man, we need you 2022, 2024. We need you and your community. Are you ready to campaign for Joe Biden? Yes or no?
Absolutely not.
We need you and your community. Mobilize your community. You want change, then mobilize them, right? How do you think the country could move left to a socialist utopia? A moneyless, classless society if you're not willing to mobilize your community? Or are you just a rich communist like Hassan Piker?
Why do you think we have to vote for Biden?
Know y'all gonna feel this one, man.
Because Biden's gonna move us left.
Man, I just hit another pothole, bitch. Man, can the city fix the potholes? Damn. I just bought another tire cause I pothole. Man, I'm getting tired of these potholes. Man, I just hit another pothole, bitch.
More
What's
Russian
that?
propaganda. More Russian propaganda.
What's Russian propaganda?
Man,
That's
can
in
the
Russia.
city fix the potholes?
This is not in Russia. This is in Michigan.
I just got
That's
another
Russia,
tire
bro.
cause I pothole. Man, I'm getting tired of these potholes. I was driving one day.
Why do you think this is in Russia?
On my way home,
It's clearly in
hit a
Russia. Look
pothole
at the
so
roads,
big
man.
that I
That's
broke a
Russia.
bone. Hit a pothole so big that I lost my phone. Pothole was so big that it scraped the chrome. I done bought 3 tires in 1 week.
That's not Biden.
To the point I don't want to drive on the street.
And it was in 2019. That's when Trump was in office. We don't claim that.
When did Gretchen get elected?
Well, Trump was controlling the federal budget at that time. Remember, he wasn't giving.
Are roads all under the federal budget?
Well, they get the funding from the federal government, don't they?
Oh, so Biden gave more funding.
And Gretchen Whitmer got the roads fixed. That's what
When
we
did
need.
she fix them?
Come on, man. You've been out the loop. You've been following our infrastructure plans. I'm out here in Lansing, and I got all the information. Trust me.
What information do you got?
I talked to some of the official government officials, and more funding is coming. Joe Biden's bringing it in heavy for sure. 2024, we were winning everything.
He's winning again in 2024?
Absolutely.
Is he? What if he's not alive? What then?
He's gonna be alive. Don't worry about it, man. He's gonna be alive. Trust me.
Okay, what if he's not? What then?
I know he's gonna be alive. I know he's gonna be alive.
How do you know that?
He's taking his medication. He's gonna be good.
Yeah, but no one lives forever. I mean, we all die someday, right? And he's kind of getting to that age.
Dude, he's gonna live 6 more years and we're good. Trust me.
6 more? Why 6?
We just need him to live for 6 more years.
Alright, well, what if he doesn't?
He will. Don't worry about it.
Do you think Biden is of sound mind currently?
Absolutely, Jack.
Alright, are you sure about that?
Absolutely. I'm not an ableist. I support everybody. Let's go, Joe Biden.
Alright, what do you have to say about when he said this?
You're being an ableist, sir. You're being an ableist. That's why you got a sick community, sick dogs, your community.
And the world is clearly choosing the side of peace and security.
Why did Biden say the hearts and minds of Iranians will never be broken?
This is the
Because
real test.
Joe Biden is currently dealing with a conflict in Europe, so he has a lot of things on his mind.
But why was he talking about Iranians?
We are all humans.
It's going to
we all
take
make
time.
mistakes. It's okay, Haz. It's okay.
But
I
he
forgive you for
just
being a
he
tanky.
just seems to be making a lot of these mistakes.
He's dealing with a pandemic, a war in Europe, inflation caused by Trump. What else does he have to do?
How did Trump start the inflation?
His weak response to COVID-19.
How did that cause inflation?
If we dealt with COVID-19 earlier, we wouldn't have these issues. Now nobody wants to get a vaccine.
Who do you think on Twitch represents the truth the most?
On Twitch, I don't know, man. They're all stupid, especially Hassan Piker.
Why is Hassan so stupid?
He's gotten full tanky.
Oh, isn't that good?
No, that's not.
How is he gone full tanky?
I'm gonna say David Pakman. David Pakman.
David Pakman?
Yep.
Do you support what he said about the Palestinian cause?
What do you say?
He's pro-Israel.
I think he's for a 2-state solution.
No, I think he's
he's two-state solution. I know for sure, 100%.
Are you sure?
Yep.
I don't know.
Are you gonna answer my question though? Are you gonna mobilize your community to vote for Joe Biden and Gretchen Whitmer?
Never. Actually, we might be voting red.
Why?
I think if they continue with the censorship and the Republicans or the Trump specifically is going to help ease that censorship, I think we would just support whoever's going to lift these new restrictions the Democrats are creating.
Like what restrictions?
If Trump promises to apply the First Amendment to big tech companies and revoke this like new domestic terrorism laws and all that kind of stuff.
Those are private companies, bro.
Yeah, I think, well, as communists, we don't want private companies to have free reign, so I think we should apply the First Amendment to the private companies.
And do you think when Republicans get in office, they'll do that for you?
I don't trust them. I only think Trump might do it, but I don't trust the rest of the Republicans, so that's the problem. One of the reasons
Trump said he was going to repeal Section 230. How come he never did it when he was in office?
Trump said he was going to reveal Section 230, which is that the free speech thing?
Yep.
I don't know why he didn't repeal it. Why didn't he?
Because he's a fucking coward and he talks big. That's why. Why the hell would you trust Republicans?
Look, I'm not saying Trump's perfect. I just think he's better than Biden.
How? You haven't even given me one reason
Trump
why.
is less hostile to, like, he doesn't cause conflicts based on.
He calls everything communism.
Yeah, I don't really care about that.
He has done more to damage your freaking movement than Joe Biden.
What movement?
You're a communist. Aren't you a communist?
No, Trump has done us a lot of favors with that.
Nope. He has brought back the Red Scare into the Republicans.
No, the people bringing back the Red Scare are the pro-Ukrainian, anti-Russian,
Man.
Okay, well, I feel like if Trump was president, he wouldn't have taken away the media license for RT America.
Okay. There was still propaganda, though. Whatever.
Yeah, but even if they were propaganda, it's not allowed under the First Amendment to just censor people based on having a different ideology.
I'm sorry, bro. You and your boy Jimmy Dore and Jackson Hinkle got to get new jobs. Sorry. That's it. That's all I can say on that.
Why do you think we have to get new jobs?
RT's not going to cut the check. Sorry. It's not happening.
We don't work for RT.
Your boy Jackson Hinkle was on RT with Jimmy Dore.
I was going to go on RT too. Thank God I didn't do that. Because Twitch would have banned me.
No,
but I was planning on going on RT. I definitely was.
No.
Yeah, I was. I really was.
They literally freaking lie all the time.
I haven't seen like a lot of examples of them lying. Can you point me to their examples of lying?
They frame everything the wrong way and lie completely all the damn time.
So do you have any examples of that?
I can't. Their videos got taken down from YouTube, so sucks to suck, I guess.
I think their videos are still on YouTube, aren't they?
I can't find them.
Do you remember any cases of RT lying?
Plenty.
Sure, point them out.
I forgot, but there are plenty out there.
Can you point any out?
There are plenty. If you look for it, you'll probably find one. Plenty.
Okay, I'll actually look this up. RT examples of disinformation. Their role in Russia's disinformation and propaganda ecosystem. Okay, maybe this report will just give us examples. This report is from the U.S. Department of State.
Based. Let's go, Joe Biden.
Russian occupation of Crimea. So they're going to cover the occupation of Crimea. Let's actually look at this. Let's actually look at the State Department's allegations of Russia Today's misinformation. Let's look at this. The occupation of Crimea. The growth of development saw change in policy.
Let's go, Joe Biden. Alhamdulillah.
Denial of Russian military involvement.
Inshallah, Joe Biden will win. You with me or what? Let's go.
Hold on. RT played an important role in attempting to influence foreign audiences to support Russia's invasion of the occupation of Crimea. Most international media reported the Kremlin's initial denials of any Russian military presence and balanced it with coverage of credible, well-documented Russian troop presence. Well, the problem is that international media is just Western media. It's not international media. It's not Indian and Chinese and Middle Eastern media. It is probably just, maybe it's Al Jazeera. But
Al Jazeera is also Western media.
Putin says there aren't Russian forces in Crimea. It's on the two-way. Russian soldiers, this is the March 4th. Russian soldiers have not occupied government buildings and surrounded Ukrainian military bases on the Crimean Peninsula. Russian insisted. He told reporters that heavily armed men were local self-defense. I don't think there was evidence of a Russian invasion by that time. What was the evidence of the Russian invasion?
We know it was going to happen. The State Department already predicted it, and they were on the money.
Prudent Jew comparisons. Russian military helicopters have been over the skies over Crimea. At best, that's a violation of airspace. Russian trucks have been seen move armed men to key locations. And the soldiers in unmarked uniforms speak Russian in some cases. Oh, they speak Russian. I wonder why they speak Russian. Maybe it's because fucking Crimeans speak Russian. It's really stupid, right? Yeah, they also predicted a false flag. The Russian military was in Crimea since the 18th century. Were they in Crimea after Ukraine's independence in the 1990s, though? Yeah. So Russian leaders, yeah. So there wasn't really a lot of evidence. I mean, it wasn't very clear, right? Putin did finally admit there had been Russian troops in Crimea. RT presented his statements without any context. When Putin did finally admit there were Russian troops in Crimea, let's see.
So much information, so much strong information.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Putin acknowledged Russian servicemen were in Crimea. Vladimir Putin has acknowledged that Russian troops were present in Crimea before the referendum and argued that was necessary to let Crimeans make a choice. Yeah, but when? When specifically? We know they were there before the referendum, but were they there on March 4th, before the Declaration of Independence? The armed men in military, we already knew they were there before the referendum. Were Russian troops, Vladimir acknowledged during his Q&A. The president said he never concealed the fact from foreign counterparts and explained to them that this was only to ensure the referendum on the region's status would be carried out peacefully. So yeah, Putin never lied about Russian troops being there before the referendum.
Dude, at the end of the day, they're there, man.
Crimean self-defense forces were, of course, backed by Russian servicemen. They acted very appropriately. So they never denied Russian troops were there before the referendum. They denied Russian troops were there on the 4th. So what I'm guessing is that when did Crimea declare independence? Crimean Declaration of Independence. They declared independence on March 11th. So maybe they came after March 11th, which would still be before the referendum. There was widespread defection in Ukraine's navy in Crimea. Something like 75% defected. Does not surprise me. Okay, anyway. Statements called the Russian military presence self-defense forces, and an RT propaganda piece posted multiple photographs of locals posing with the soldiers, accompanied with positive quotes. Okay, is that a lie? The outlet also reported Putin's misleading claim that he had ever denied the Russian troops' presence, without mentioning the fact that he had said there were no Russian forces in Crimea. He said that when? He said that at the very specific time of, this is NPR, he said that on the 4th of March. So yes, on the 4th of March, he denied it. That doesn't mean they didn't later come, okay? Especially after they declared their independence. A review of RT's reporting on Russian troop presence in Ukraine shows its content diligently. Yeah, so Destiny also lied about this too. It is not clear that the Russians were there before the formal Declaration of Independence at all. The Western team. Okay, we kind of have to like put this debate to a halt. But what is the overall thrust of what you wanted to debate about?
It was mostly about the Ukraine stuff and the Russian.
Is there anything you think needs to be?
Sovereignty.
Is there anything else you think needs to be clarified?
Oh yeah. Next month is Ramadan. Can you take back what you said about the Uyghur Muslims?
No, I can't.
All right, then you're still banned from every mosque in Michigan.
I don't think I am because I think
you're banned from every mosque in Michigan. You're on the wanted list.
I don't think I'm banned because I think most of the mosques probably agree with me.
When I see you at Kroger's, it's on, bro. I ain't playing with you.
Okay, I don't
when
go
I
to
see you at Kroger's, getting your chocolate milk, I'm gonna
I
punch
don't
you
go
right
to
on the face.
Kroger's, I go to Meijer, okay?
When I see you at Myers getting your chocolate milk, I'm gonna punch you right on the face.
No, you can't say that on Twitch. In a video game.
Oh, in a video game in Roblox.
Okay. Anyway,
Yeah.
anything else?
Long live Joe Biden, based communist Joe Biden. Long live America, communist America. Long live Kamala Harris, king of communism. And long live Uyghurs. Let's go. Joe Biden, 2024.
Okay. Is that it?
And your mods are beta male cucks.
Okay. Anything else?
And happy
Okay. The Western TV channels that have announced the termination of work in Russia after Russia criminalizes publishing fake information on the Russian military. CNN, CBS, Bloomberg, ABC, BBC, CBC. Bye-bye. Looks like you can't report on real news, so you have to leave. They're like, oh shit, they're reporting misinformation. We have to go, guys. There's no way we could possibly... See, here's the difference. Russia criminalizes fake information. The US criminalizes Russia today. Why? Because they're Russian? I mean, presumably, this also means they're going to point out what information is fake and prove it, right? Does the US have a method to do that? Because I'm reading the report by the State Department, which talks about Russia's propaganda. A review of RT's reporting on the Russian troop presence in Ukraine shows its content diligently following the Kremlin's talking points. That doesn't mean it's misinformation. Russia obfuscated its role in Crimea and eastern Ukraine to mitigate international reaction. International reaction is Western and American reaction. So this doesn't prove anything. If we're looking for meat and potatoes of examples of lying and misinformation, we have not one example of RT lying to date. In a likely attempt to damage the reputation of the Maidan, the Kremlin pushed the narrative that neo-Nazism was rampant in Ukraine, which it was, and I don't think any neutral party even denied that it was, right? It literally was. Before military intervention, RT began to run stories about alleged Nazism in Ukraine. Okay, these stories promulgated the falsehood that Ukrainians supported Nazism and fascism. What was false about the stories? It's like this State Department report is just like saying, oh my God, Russian state media is agreeing with the Russian government. Oh my God. Okay, but the American corporate media agrees with the American government and its foreign policy. So like, why is that surprising? That doesn't mean they're lying unless you want to admit you're lying. Oh my God, Russia Today doesn't toe the line of George Soros. Russia Today isn't funded by private billionaires who work on behalf of the U.S. government's interests. What a horrible piece of misinformation and propaganda. Pretty crazy, right? It's pretty crazy how Russia Today is being demonized as Kremlin propaganda when no one has even brought forth any evidence they've ever lied in any like significant capacity in a way relative to what's considered acceptable by journalistic standards, right? Holy shit, Russia Today pushes a narrative different from the narrative on mainstream media. Maybe because there's different fucking perspectives that exist in the world, you dumb fuck. Maybe because there's different, authentically different interests in the world. You ever thought about that? You're gonna fucking tell me the only media that's allowed is the Western mainstream media? Thank you, Jackson. Appreciate it. It's pretty fucking crazy. Okay, Lindsey Graham and John McCain in Ukraine in December 2016, preparing for a proxy war with Russia all the way back then. Then Russia came in and stopped all from happening. Trump came in and stopped that all from happening.
Your fight is our fight. 2017 will be the year of offense.
What? 2017 will be the year of offense? Kind of sounds like they're warmongering. You ask me.
All of
Not that my opinion counts.
us will go back to Washington and we will push the case against Russia.
Ми всі повернемося до Вашингтону і ми будемо відстоювати санкції проти Росії.
Enough of a Russian aggression.
Досить вже російської агресії.
It is time for them to pay a heavier price.
Час вже щоб вони заплатили важчу ціну.
I believe you will win. I am convinced you will win, and we will do everything we can to provide you with what you need to win.
Я вірю в те, що ви виграєте, переможете.
Pretty interesting.
Ми вам допоможемо всіма можливими засобами.
Interesting. Interesting. I mean, wow. And Trump, like, fucked all of these people over. Where does Lindsey Graham stand now in regards to Trump? Lindsey Graham Trump. Is he part of the, He turned on Trump already. Lindsey Graham said that Trump calling Putin a genius was a mistake. Guys, notice how I'll use Western media sometimes, but those people will never use RT. Will the opposing side ever use RT? I use mainstream media sometimes, right? I use mainstream media sometimes. Russians are very interested in civilian deaths. Russia declares a humanitarian corridor and a ceasefire from 10 a.m. Moscow time for the exit of civilians from Mariupol and Volnovakha. The problem is that in Mariupol, the Azov battalion is literally holding people at gunpoint hostage, preventing them from evacuating. Humanitarian corridors and exit routes agreed with the Ukrainian side, according to the Russian Defense Ministry. Global Affairs, US, NATO, Russia, and Ukraine, and the... Okay, fact-checking Discord.
For very long. I mean, exceptionalism, I think, is the one united. They are the only force.
This is like the most random video, okay? I'm sorry. It only has 8,000 views. What am I going to do with that? What am I going to do with that? I can't do anything with that. Let me actually do this. Okay, we got that going. Reuters. Oh, good thing this is not disinformation. But the problem is that a bipartisan majority of Americans think the U.S. should stop buying Russian oil and gas and work with NATO to set up no-fly zones to protect Ukraine's from Russian airstrikes, according to a Reuters poll. The PSYOP has successfully worked. Russia declared ceasefire. Temporary ceasefire for civilians to evacuate. Check the fact-checking Discord. The Russia-Ukraine crisis, which you're not being told. Okay, this says TOS in it. This video may not be a...
The European and American public are being systematically lied to about the Ukraine crisis. In this video, we're going to provide you with compelling evidence that the crimes against humanity committed in Kiev earlier this year were in fact committed by the new coalition government, and that officials in the EU and the United States knew full well who committed these crimes, and that they are protecting and financially supporting the real criminals. On February 20th of 2013, the world was shocked by video footage of snipers firing on protesters in Kiev, Ukraine. 21 people were murdered, and it was widely assumed that President Viktor Yanukovych and his supporters were behind the attacks. However, a phone conversation between EU Foreign Policy Chief Cathy Ashton and Estonia's Foreign Minister Urmas Paet, which was leaked to the public on March 5th, reveals...
Fuck, we didn't even talk about this! Did we talk about the leaked phone call once in the debate? We didn't even mention that. Fuck. Did we mention that? Fuck.
The snipers were actually from the new coalition government, and that Western diplomats knew this and covered it up.
Yeah.
So that he has some sort of, how to say, trust among all these Maidan people and civil society. And second, what was quite disturbing, the same Olga told that, well, all the evidence shows that people who were killed by snipers from both sides, among policemen and people from the streets, that they were the same snipers killing people from both sides.
Well,
So that, and then she also showed me some photos. She said that as medical doctor, she can, say that it is the same handwriting, the same type of bullets.
The Ukrainians tried to gun down Sky News reporters.
New coalition that they don't want to investigate what exactly happened. So that there is now stronger and stronger understanding that behind snipers, it was not Yanukovych, but it was somebody from the new coalition.
For some reason,
So it wasn't Yanukovych. It was not Yanukovych. I want to vet this video for TOS. 144. Russia declares a ceasefire. Yes, a civilian corridor for civilians to evacuate. Was it? I heard reports. I was hearing from Twitter that the Sky News reporters were under fire from Russians, and that it wasn't Ukrainians, it was Russians doing it. Is that true? No, Jackson mentioned a different phone call, I think, right? He mentioned Newland about this was different. This was between an EU minister and
protesters were just
the minister of Estonia.
Peaceful activists who wanted a chance to join the European Union. Well, yeah, that's the official narrative that the US media outlets are peddling. But the real story is far more ominous. It turns out that the most powerful and influential contingent in the opposition is a coalition of literal fascists and neo-Nazis. And they aren't peaceful. In fact, they're extremely brutal.
They tried to say it was Russian saboteurs on Ukraine's checkpoint. They didn't know who it was until Ukraine told the journalists it was the Russians. Wow.
The most prominent among these extremist groups is an organization called Svoboda. The Svoboda Party, which traces its roots to the Ukrainian Partisan Party of World War II, was loosely allied with Nazi Germany.
This is the original article about the leaked conversation. Leaked call raises questions about who is behind sniper attacks in Ukraine. This was a message from Wednesday from Estonian. So let me just break this down for you. Jackson raised all of these arguments proving that even according to the testimony of the snipers themselves, that they were the ones responsible. And Jackson and Destiny responded to this by saying that because the Ukrainian government denied that the snipers were from their side, the newly formed Ukrainian government, that means what Jackson said is illegitimate. Now, you put two and two together and tell me these are not people with an agenda that's not beyond a reasonable person. Who accept a federal agent who has this agenda to defend the actions of U.S. foreign policy would just say something like that? It doesn't even fucking make sense. Why would you say that because the post-coup Ukrainian government doesn't agree with the finding that the snipers was from their side? That doesn't prove anything. They have a bias. This is basic neutral investigative reporting. If someone has a vested interest to lie, then you have to take that into account. Pretty fucking crazy. All right. So yeah, apparently Russia declares a corridor. So yeah.
Nationalist Party, a deliberate reference to the National Socialism of the Nazis. And we're not throwing the term neo-Nazi around here as an empty slur. The leader of Svoboda, Olitanibok, has openly targeted Jews and ethnic Russians in Ukraine for many years. In 2004, he was kicked out of Viktor Yushchenko's government for speech calling.
There's something new in fact-checking. Let me check this out. This is from the RAND publication. Let's check it out. Extending Russia. The report examines a range of possible means to extend Russia. As the 2018 National Defense Strategy recognized, the United States is currently looking at a great power competition with Russia. This report seeks to define areas where the United States can compete with its own advantage. Drawing out the quantitative and qualitative data from Western and Russian sources, this report examines Russia's economic, political, and military vulnerabilities and anxieties. The way the US works is like they're like these sick fucks who they're like, what's Russia anxious about? How can we exploit their weakness to conquer and destroy them? It's like all the cartoon villain shit that they attribute to Russia is projection. This is how they fucking work. It then analyzes potential policy options to exploit them, ideologically, economically, geopolitically, and militarily. After describing each measure, this report assesses the associated benefits, costs, and risks, as well as likelihood that the measure could be successfully implemented and actually extend Russia. Most of the steps covered in this report are in some sense escalatory and would most likely prompt some Russian counter-escalation. Some of these policies, however, also might prompt adverse reactions from other US adversaries, most notably China. This is what they've been worried about the whole time, by the way. That could in turn stress the United States. Ultimately, this report concludes that the most attractive US policy options to extend Russia, the greatest benefits, the highest likelihood of success, and the least risk are an economic domain, featuring a combination of boosting US energy production and sanctions. Providing the latter are multilateral. In contrast, geopolitical measures meant to bait Russia into overextending itself and ideological measures to undermine the regime's stability carry significant risks. Hold on. Geopolitical measures to bait Russia into overextending itself. I wonder what that means. I wonder what that fucking means. Could enhance US deterrence and reassure US allies, but only a few are likely to extend Russia, as Moscow is not seeking parity with the United States in most domains. Compared to dependent on energy exports. Wow, what did they undermine with Nord Stream 2? Stability and durability of the regime. Expand U.S. energy production. Limit Russia's economic potential. This is from the RAND Corporation. They're literally openly saying this. This is like they're openly saying that this is what they want to do. Bait Russia into overextending itself. Ideological measures to undermine the regime's stability carry significant risks of counter-escalation. Pretty fucking crazy. While NATO's requirement for unanimity makes it unlikely that Ukraine could gain membership in the foreseeable future, Washington's pushing this possibility could boost Ukrainian resolve while leading Russia to redouble its efforts to forestall such a defendant. Benefits. Expand U.S. assistance to Ukraine, including lethal military assistance, would increase the cost to Russia in both blood and treasure of holding the Donbass region. More Russian aid to the separatists and additional Russian troop presence would likely be required, leading to larger expenditures, equipment losses, and Russian casualties. The latter could become quite controversial at home, as it did when the Soviets invaded Afghanistan. They're trying to overextend the Russian military, which means there's a high probability that Russia was baited into intervening in Ukraine. Interesting.
For Ukrainians to fight against a, quote, Muscovite Jewish mafia. And in 2005, he signed his name to an open letter to the leadership of Ukraine entitled, Stop the Criminal Activities of Organized Jewry. And none of this was...
So this is actually the anti-Semitism that they were asking about. Svoboda was peddling anti-Semitic theories and statements about, yeah. That's pretty crazy. It's pretty insane. Okay, guys, I'm going to go pee. Okay, I'm going to go pee. I'll be back. I'll be back. Okay, I'm going to pee. I'll be back. Give me a sec.
C'est la dernière fois, c'est promis. La dernière fois que je me prends la tête. J'avais dit plus de compromis. Donc là j'ai plus rien à compromettre. Les relations m'ont abîmée et d'autres m'ont rendue très heureuse. Mais malgré tout c'était si tête. Plus jamais je ne tombe amoureuse. Alors on continue de croire en l'amour. On répète les mêmes fautes. On pense que ce sera pour toujours. Alors je continue de croire en l'amour. Mais je dis chaque fois que c'est la dernière fois. Solo, rester solo. C'est fini pour moi, j'en ai plus les mots. Trop de peine, pas la peine. Je me traîne, oh, à rester solo. Tant de fois je me suis oubliée. Tant de fois j'ai promis l'impossible. C'est pas faute d'avoir essayé. Mes échecs peuvent en témoigner. Pourquoi attendre tout de l'autre pour combler nos manques et nos névroses? Pourquoi c'est quatre, pourquoi c'est rose? Pourquoi dévier la méthode si personne n'ose? Alors on continue de croire en l'amour. On répète les mêmes fautes. On pense que ce sera pour toujours. Alors je continue de croire en l'amour. Mais je dis chaque fois que c'est la dernière fois. Solo, rester solo. C'est fini pour moi, j'en ai plus les mots. Trop de peine, pas la peine. Je me traîne, oh, à rester solo. Et la prochaine fois c'est promis, on pourra réinventer les règles. On choisit ce qu'on définit. L'amour, l'amitié, le reste. Pourquoi attendre tout de l'autre pour combler nos manques et nos névroses? Pourquoi c'est quatre, pourquoi c'est rose? Pourquoi dévier la méthode si personne n'ose? Alors on continue de croire en l'amour. On répète les mêmes fautes. On pense que ce sera pour toujours. Alors je continue de croire en l'amour. Mais je dis chaque fois que c'est la dernière fois. Solo, rester solo. C'est fini pour moi, j'en ai plus les mots. Trop de peine, pas la peine. Je me traîne, oh, à rester solo. Pourquoi attendre tout de l'autre pour combler nos manques et nos névroses?
just gotta let you know. I know what I did wasn't clever, but me and you were meant to be together. So let me in, give me another chance to really be your man. 'Cause when the room came,
I'm back. Guys, it's so fucking crazy. Like, I've taken over the Destiny Reddit. It's pretty crazy. I'm all over that Reddit. I've actually, you know what's actually pretty crazy? What's pretty crazy is that I've turned this whole community of 136,000 people into my orbiters. Like, these are all my orbiters now. They all orbit me. Pretty fucking crazy. I've never seen someone like so overrepresented. This has got, the last time this has happened was like what? When Hassan was on the fucking Reddit this much? And I tend to do this a lot on Twitter and like, oh, it's just because everyone, you make everyone laugh at you. I don't think so. I think the laughing's a coping mechanism. I think I break people's bubble and I break people's worldview, and they cope together. And they like, I unite people around having like, it's like an Alcohol Anonymous meeting. Like, I unite people around coping about me. These are my victims, right? And it was, all I had to do is become a 1K Andy to literally make Destiny my bitch. Like, I own his whole Reddit now. I own everything. All of this. You laugh at the stupid comments and ignorant bullshit. Okay, give me an example of one. Give me an example of a stupid comment. Go ahead. Like, nearly every single tweet in this Reddit is about me. Every single one. Pretty fucking crazy. I own this dude. I do plan on talking to Russell Bentley. Yeah, Russia was damned if they did, damned if they didn't. Yeah. It's pretty fucking insane. Pretty fucking insane if you ask me, honestly. In general, I'm claiming that's what I do in general. Okay. That RAND report, LinkedIn fact-checking, is a 354-page report. You want to check it independently at some point? Yeah, we will check it out. Did you share that on Discord? Share what? Guys, I'm not a 5-hour Andy. I'm not. Okay? I am not a 5-hour Andy. It's just I do have to go, guys. See you tomorrow. It's just late. It's late. And I want to see Batman. Can I see Batman on HBO? I just kind of want some me time, guys. I'm sorry. I did not have a lot of time to like just relax, you know? I've been kind of, Batman sucked. No, I heard it was good. I heard it was really good. Can I see it on HBO, or do I only have to see it in theaters? Can I see it on HBO? We'll cover more tomorrow, guys. We'll have a way longer stream tomorrow. It'll be on HBO in April. Fuck. So I have to see it in theaters? Fuck me. Is there any 24-hour theaters? Is there such a thing as 24-hour theaters? Is that a thing that exists? Does that exist? It's only in theaters. Fuck. Okay, we're gonna raid our friend Anavoir. Finish the Ukraine video. There's a lot more phone calls. We will. It's just there's TOS in it. Okay? I'll see you guys. Bye-bye.